Well, Ms. Collins, how are you?
Right, we are going to reconvene to open session at this time. With that being said, oh, thank you. Okay, great. All right. We just want to report out from closed session that the board did give direction to to move on the settlement as discussed in closed session time. Okay, at this time we have public comment. Those who are wanting to state anything that is not on the agenda tonight have the right to do so, and with a 3-minute time limit accordingly. So if anyone's here for public comment, step right up.
Hi everybody, I'm Megan McLaughlin. I just have a few comments. I'm retiring, and I wanted to have a chance to talk to you tonight. When I was hired here in 2006, I was really excited to be part of Emery. My colleagues, Evan Pippin, Malcolm Waugh, and Audrey Miles, were amazing co-teachers, smart, kind, funny. You could not ask for better partners. I remember telling my sister, superintendent in Delaware, about the school and the curriculum. Wow, she said, you have Turk investigations for math, Lucy Culkins for writing. You have a literacy coach and a math coach. You have paid time for collaboration. You must have a really progressive school. We worked as a school to improve writing across the grades and across curriculum. We had thoughtful, well-planned professional development that I looked forward to. We had time in August to get to know each other and have a few laughs. This year, I'm one of many teachers voting with my feet. I'm leaving Emery to retire. I have a lot of good, positive things in my future. I have a lot of concerns for the students, for the parents, for the staff, and for the teachers. Here are a few points. No one asked me for an exit interview, so I'm trying to fill you in here. Teachers need a voice. They need to feel like it is safe to speak up when there is an issue and not receive retribution. When I had a challenging class last year with a high number of students with significant behavior challenges, this is the same class that is now the first grade cohort, I asked for help. Ms. Lang worked with me to turn around the behaviors that were making the classroom unsafe and making it very challenging to teach. On the last day of school at 3 p.m., this is Friday, the day when I was the only teacher, I believe, at the school, except for Ms. Wren, I was called to a surprise meeting. What a surprise. What Dr. Rubio said broke my heart. He was present via phone. He asked if I would like to be one of the on-call substitutes for the 2016-2017 academic year. I've seen many examples of how his leadership seems to lack the ability to reflect upon what he's done, to stay in his lane as the superintendent and let the principal do her job. There's a surface politeness covering a man I've come to distrust, not responding to issues, but instead attacking teachers. This is difficult for me to say, Dr. Rubio, but I'm trying to speak my truth. Communication can be improved on all levels.
Sorry, your 3 minutes is up.
Okay.
Could we ask that she be allowed to continue?
My name's Lauren LaPlante, and I'd like to defer my 3 minutes to Ms. McLaughlin.
I just need one more minute. For the good of all the students, for everyone in the community, I believe that we need better systems, how the children move around the school safely. We need routines in place. We need better supervision of the children when they're at play. We need a few items of safety, such as the planters, which I believe are a lawsuit waiting to happen, those planters right outside. I believe that the behavior issues that present themselves today are they're so challenging, even to a veteran teacher such as I, that when I spoke to parents today that were my kindergarten students, they expressed to me that they were willing to stick it out for one more year, but if things didn't change, they were going to pull their children out of Emery because they were afraid for their safety in the classroom. Besides the point, they were afraid that their children were not getting anywhere near the education they expected because of the discipline issues. I believe the best days are ahead for Emery. I believe this community is amazing. I've never met a staff that is so resilient and works so well together in the face of adversity. And I believe that Emery deserves leadership that reflects the efforts of the teachers. Thank you very much.
Additional public comment? All right, moving on to the next. I'm sorry.
It looks
I'm
like
sorry.
they
Go
have
ahead.
My name is Anthony Rogers. I've been a middle school teacher here for 11 years. I mentioned to the staff yesterday that I never thought I would leave here so early in my career. I took those 3 guiding principles that we had years ago to heart about ending classes and racist practices and creating a sense of family and using innovative practices in our classroom. And this is my family. My ask and plea to the board is make sure there's more horizontal and vertical communication and articulation in the district. We are administrative heavy in this district with 2 schools. Angelique commented and myself, we have 22 years of your institutional memory for your middle school. We're the dinosaurs of the middle school here. We were the instructional coaches of the middle school this past year. We both finished our administrative credentials, and yet there is someone else from the outside coming in with not as much experience as us to run our middle school. And so and this isn't personal to anyone, this is about business and this is about our students. And so if we're in a position to end these racist and sexist principles and classist principles, we need to do it now. I'm asking the board to please work as a united front. No matter what our differences are, let's come here and do the work for our students. That's what we do every day when we pound the pavement in the school as teachers. But I'm actually I'm leaving. And with myself, Ms. McLaughlin, Ms. Coombs, Ms. Brunick, and Ms. Comet, and even Ms. Lang, you have about 100 years of your service leaving your community. 100 years of service. And I don't care what you and who you bring in, that's not bringing in that same institutional memory of families. Our reputations of families, they precedes us. Students want to come to us because we taught their families. I just think that's something to really think about. We really have to think about that. But again, we're administrative heavy. And I would say with some of the new administrators coming in, they're not culturally sensitive. They come in with a hierarchical approach to life and treat everyone as if we're roaches and dogs. And that's not the way to treat anyone, even if you have a title, wherever you bought it from, even if you have that title. It's not acceptable. In addition to that, when I had to reapply for my position on EdJoin, had to submit my resume for the same position that I was teaching. So I really want to ask you all, please look at the practices of how teachers are moved around here, because if it isn't equal, then that's discriminatory. I had to reapply for my position in the classroom that I was in. And that's not personal, that was personal to me. I'm not a person who's vindictive in that way. I kept moving, I kept pounding the pavement. But if we have other teachers that are moving in this district, please look at skin color, please look at gender, and please look at how people are being moved around in the school. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment, please?
Honorable board members, Dr. Rubio, faculty members, and community.
Could you give us your name?
I'm just about to do that. My name is Marceline Krafchick. It's come to my attention that a few residents have blurred the line between the superintendent and Measure J Citizens Oversight Committee. The COC members were appointed out of 30 applicants in a procedure entirely independent of the superintendent's hiring or any other personnel matters. Nor is there any basis to challenge the COC on the independence that Measure J stresses. I was urged to serve by a council member who trusted my integrity. Though I am not trained in finance, the document includes regular audits by experts, and I am trained in asking questions. My pal Shirley Anamoto and I spent nearly the whole first year doing just that, and when she left, I continued. I'll share with you some of what I brought to the table. I've been appointed to serve on city, county, and state commissions. Alameda County supervisors appointed me, I can't even read, English teacher, appointed me to their Alcoholism Advisory Board to chair its Criminal Justice Committee, composed of 2 judges and an OPD captain. Supervisors also appointed me to the Parks Commission. I was the first woman on Hayward's zoning board and their first woman planning commissioner. From 71 to 80, I served on the state commission for teacher preparation and licensing, advisory panel on reading. I was Santa Clara University's first woman instructor. I've published 4 books, one with the university press, and more than 20 papers and articles, one featured in the New York Times, and lectured at universities in Japan, China, and South Africa. When I moved to Emeryville in 1998, it became clear that my target dream would be music in the schools. And according to reports by the late finance whiz Joe France, I donated more than $130,000 to EUSD programs. I purchased musical instruments, trips to the Oakland Symphony, and lessons from professional musicians in the symphony. One of my sweetest delights is to peruse letters from youngsters who had fulfilled the dream of playing an instrument and who grasped the values that drove their perfect teacher, Mr. Caraway.
3 minutes is up.
Somebody donate me a minute.
You're ceding 3 minutes, your minutes to her. Yes, continue, please.
I just had a couple more sentences.
It's okay, go ahead.
You have another 3 minutes.
Yes, you have another 3 minutes.
Oh, good, thank you. Yeah, the perfect teacher, Mr. Caraway. Aside from Stanford studies on how early music learning improves brain functions, we prized the learning of collaboration, as in jazz and Go Warriors basketball. And what greater pride for a family than a child having mastered a skill? Finally, I see ECCL as a miracle. This tiny community with the dedication of city and school leaders overwhelmingly backed, this community overwhelmingly backed the idea. We dealt with many hurdles with a series of superintendents and workshops in implementing community input. That outreach was part of Measure J, along with a promise to voters of an independent oversight committee. I speak for myself, but with confidence in my service-minded colleagues that we see ECCL as worthy of our support.
All right, thank you. Additional comment?
Good evening. My name is Leslie Thornley. I'm one of the teachers planning on returning in the fall, and I have some concerns and worries and feel like my esteemed colleagues that have been here for many years can address better than I, and it feels a little safer to have other people speak for me. So on behalf of that, I'd like to donate the rest of my time to Holly Coombs.
All right, thank you.
Hello, board. I'm Holly Coombs, and I have been teaching at Annie Yates for 15 years, and I'm going next year to teach in San Francisco. Anyone who asks me, I say I'm going to teach to be closer to my house. I have 2 little kids. The commute is killing me. But people who push a little farther, they find out a little more about why I feel it's right for me to leave. So I'm here to just tell you why all the reasons why I'm leaving. So first of all, I came to work at Annie Yates because I really wanted to work with some colleagues, Gabrielle Thurmond and Anna Creta Allen. I really respected them and the equity work that we were doing here, and I felt like I was really part of something very special, very important. Our work with BASES and the connections that we were building through our retreats, and I felt like I was learning how to be a culturally relevant teacher, which is really important. Being a white educator with mostly kids of color, it was really important for me to tackle my own racism, and this school district was teaching me how to do that. And I felt like we were really creating something here. What I've noticed over the last 15 years is that I feel like our best years were when we were K-6, and Anna Creta was our principal, and we were really moving forward. And then there was a few things that happened here and there that didn't really feel like they were the best for the students. The middle school got put with K-6, and there was no real middle school program, and then Anna Creta got moved, and the BASES, we didn't really work with them, and it just gave me pause because I wasn't sure that that was best for the students, and it felt like interference, but it didn't really interrupt the core of this solid group of teachers. The last few years have been so difficult, however, that I feel like I must leave. I feel that it has become so difficult to be here and watch the institutional racism that I see around me, and that we're not really deeply doing the equity work that we need to be doing. It's sort of on the surface. There's a lot of dysfunctions at the school that I can't really go into here because this is a public sort of formal setting. I haven't actually met any board members except for Brenda. She's the only one who's come up and talked to me, but had any board member come up and talk to me?
All right, thank you.
I would have been able to go into more detail. So it matters to me about where I work. And I was willing to do this commute for 15 years because I felt like I was part of something really important. And I'm not sure that the work San Francisco is doing was as focused on equity. And so what I've been thinking about is that the implications of this is, the first is that I really feel that the town of Emeryville needs to recommit to public education, the people of Emeryville. And that the school board, I haven't worked with you, so I don't know your practices, and I know you're new, but in general, the school board needs to be culturally competent and really committed to the community. So in the past, the school board members, I had their numbers on my cell phone. They came, like Josh came and helped me set up my classroom. He brought me books. They all knew my kids. You know, it was very familiar. They either had children who went here, or they went here themselves, and they were just very much part of the community. So I just want that the school board to really reflect on their practices and notice if they're actually being culturally competent themselves. I really appreciated the board policy that I saw, but I was wondering, well, how would you do that? Like, how would the board and our current superintendent actually be the ones to help create like this equitable environment? I was thinking maybe you needed like a how in that plan. And I want the school board to know that you set the tone. And so if you need to, I'm hoping that you will create some kind of reflective practice on your own work, but also on how you hear from teachers, because this is really not the way you're going to find out what's going on with teachers. But it also needs to be fair. So some sort of fair process where you really know what's going on. And if anyone interferes with that or tells you you don't need to hear from teachers, that person can tell you themselves, then that should be a red flag for you. And finally, I've seen a lot of superintendents at our district, and I feel like it's difficult to be a superintendent of this district. It's difficult. It's a small town. There's all these politics. Please, in the future, please look carefully for a superintendent who's an experienced educator and also has all of their cultural competency in place, either because they are a proud person of color, they grew up in the community, or they just know our kids. And it will just help resolve, it'll help prevent a lot of the pain that a lot of people have felt, particularly the people of color. I have not felt any pain, but the people of color, my colleagues have felt a lot. And also there's just a lot of things I see all the time that I don't actually believe a deeply cultural competent person would allow, would
You're out of
tolerate.
time.
Thank you.
Ceding
It's
another
okay.
3 minutes.
I'm done. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Additional public comment?
Hi, good evening to the Emery board. I'm Diane Lang. I've been the principal of Anna Gates K-8 school for the past 3 years. And so some of the people you've been hearing from have been on my staff during that time. I'm really happy to say that today I closed out my final year here in Emeryville. I was on campus until our last student left home safely. It's been 3 years. I wanted to come before you to talk about leadership. And to lead means to go first. But leadership for me is also about putting my name and myself before the community. Because when there's a challenge in the school building, it's me that they want to see. It's me who they hold accountable. And so it's important to me that I express to you the difficulty that it creates when I, as a leader, the face of the school, cannot, with full confidence, communicate things to community members, members of my staff, with the confidence that it will come to fruition without changes or without things being possibly even undermined. It makes it hard. It makes it difficult. So I want to be really upfront about that. As the principal who has been here for 3 years, we've done work, findings about what works and what does not, best practices, and ultimately what works best for our kids. It is unfortunate to ever have that work, those findings, dismissed as opinions, when my feet are on the ground every day, here with the teachers, in classrooms, in the hallways, in the lunchroom, on the field. How could my findings just be an opinion? I wanted to make sure that everyone is aware of the challenges of selective accountability. And when we talk about equity, it needs to be more than just a buzzword, but it's a real set of practices that we put in place. And we are letting ourselves off the hook in terms of equity when we say things like, oh, I forgot to talk to you, the principal of the school, about this decision that's being made that's going to impact our students and that parents and community members are going to hold me accountable for. How could you forget to speak to me or to remember that I'm the principal of the school? How could anyone forget? And if it happens once, we all make mistakes. And if it happens twice, I've certainly made 2 mistakes, 3 mistakes. But if it happens on a regular basis, perhaps there's something else that's the issue. In terms of remembering, I'm the principal. And when things are good, I get the credit. And when things are not so good, I get the blame.
Your 3 minutes is up.
All right. Okay, go ahead, please.
We have a partnership with the city of Emeryville that has built this lovely facility here. I want to remind everyone the importance of mutual respect that considers the needs of students first, always. This facility is for our children, and our children need to be educated, and that's what we have been tasked with, providing them with an education. Recreation is optional. Their foundational skills of being lifelong learners and scholars is not optional. So I hope that everyone is fully aware and engaged in making sure that the partnership is truly a partnership that centers around the needs of students. I am not done leading schools. I will be leaving. This is my final year. I'm very excited that we've reached the last day of school. I will continue my work with a very similar community. This is the community I want to serve. But just looking for the opportunity to be remembered and respected as a Black female principal who's been here every day doing the very best I could in spite of whatever the circumstances presented. So again, I just ask that equity be a real set of practices that lead our work, not just something that we write down or say, something we really live by and really do. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Simon. Additional public comment, please.
Good evening. My name is Kevin Boyd. I used to be a colleague. Well, these are my colleagues. I've been here in this district since '99. I've seen a lot of superintendents come through here. I've seen a lot of principals. I've seen a lot of what was constructive for the school and also destructive. But I've also watched how many of these teachers, many of the faces that I see work their asses off, you know, to make things happen for these kids that we dealt with. I was with the old school, and the hats we had to wear were, you know, many. Ms. Emery, Ms. Collins were two women that I admire very highly as they worked with me. A lot of the people here know what I dealt with, the kids that I dealt with, and how I dealt with them was unorthodox. But I did get support. And I was always support for my friends and colleagues who worked here. What I see the lack of here and have is just that. There is no support. There's a serious lack of support for our teachers in their classrooms, for our kids, you know, and right now I sub at the high school in the office because I refuse to go into a classroom where teachers just don't seem to have it all together. And that's all over the place because so many of them are just being, you know, drowned by what's going on. Now with that, I just want to say, like I said, I've been through quite a few superintendents. I've never seen the lack of leadership as I've been seeing here right now, the lack of personal pride, because I could always go talk to the superintendent. I can go into their office at any time and speak to them. I just didn't see that. I haven't seen that in a few years here, and it's very, you know, it's not cool. It's not cool at all. So I just wanted to say that because I'm here every once in a while, but I still see what I don't like seeing. We need to see more support for our teachers, a lot more support for these students, and generally we got to get what we built here back on what it should be, back on track.
All right, thank you. Further comment?
Good evening, board and superintendent, principal, and my fellow staff members and friends. Ramadan Mubarak. This is a month of fasting for the Muslims. I'm a Muslim, and this is a month of peace. So, not to minimize anything that was said, because I agree with everything that was said from our teachers and our staff members. The colors here are changing in this community from black, brown, yellow to white, and that's not a good thing. Our children are watching us. They're looking at how we lead, not only them, but how we interact with each other. Children know things that we don't even realize that they know. They come and tell me, Ms. Rand, did you know that, you know, Ms. Lang is leaving, Mr. Rogers is leaving? You know, he's like a father to me. She's one of the best principals I've ever seen. We have parents crying to me in the hallway. Miss Wren, are you kidding me? I'm having to leave my son, take my son out of the school. And the son is crying because he's leaving his friend. She said, but I'm so afraid of for their safety. Things are changing that it's not cool, it's not okay. And we have to stand up. We are resilient staff members, we are. And we're going to make lemonade out of the lemons. But we can't do it without you recognizing that we see you. We see that you are not being equitable with our staff, with our children, with our parents, and we don't like it. And we're going to stand up, we're going to fight, and we're going to protest in the ways that we know, and we're going to ask God to help us in this fight. And we know we're going to win. We know we're going to win. Because we're here to win because it's about the children. We're here for the children. We love these children. As much hell as they put us through, and you know, I told one student, you know, this has been a difficult year. He said, Ms. Wren, we've given you 50 gray hairs this year. I said, I know you're giving me about 1,000 gray hairs this year. I've used the dye more often than I normally do. But, you know, but to make things more serious, our children are suffering, they're crying. Their father is leaving. Mr. Rogers is like their father. And that's not to say that he's not going to be a father where he's going, and I'm real proud that he's moving on to another place that's they got our gold. They're going to enjoy him. They're going to learn from him. They're going to respect him. They're going to do their community meetings. They're going to love themselves. They're going to stand up with pride. And they're going to love each other. They're going to acknowledge each other. They're going to be on the hot seat and let each other know we love you. And what I like about you is this. And I didn't realize that you would come to me when I needed help. These are the values that he has given, not just one classroom, but most of the classroom. Am I right? We do community meetings. So it's just not about the teachers are leaving. It's about our children.
You're out of time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further comment?
Good afternoon, Audrey Miles, TK teacher. It's been a very difficult 2 months, but we still continue on each and every day to give our kids the best that we can give every day. We walk in and we find ways to find joy in each other every morning. Many of you don't know, my room is the coffee room, you know, and we find that opportunity to have that community together and hug each other and start our day off with a positive, when often there are no positives. When you don't feel loved, you don't feel supported. We find ways to find opportunities for our children. Today we took 77 TK and kindergartens on a bus to San Jose to a farm. We provided a community meal buffet of everything that they would want to eat, hot dogs, everything. And we paid for it ourselves. We paid for it by fundraising. We paid for it by writing grants. Every family that was there, there's an extended relationship with each one of those parents in that I have taught their siblings, I have taught their aunts, their cousins, their uncles even. I've been here for 14 years, and I've never felt sadder right now because I heard Mr. Rogers was leaving. It broke my heart. And then I was walking down the hall, and Ms. Common said, "Can I talk to you for a second?" And she came and she started talking to me, and she told me she was leaving. And it broke my heart, and I just stood in the hall, and I just started crying because it's just painful that, and everybody always thinks Ms. Miles is the rock. You know, Ms. Miles got a marshmallow heart, okay? And I love each and every one of these people in here from the high school up, and I saw my class graduate yesterday, the first class I taught here. Those were my kids in K and 1. I have history here. I need to be respected. I need to have my voice heard. It's important. This is my community. Not only do I work here, I live here, and I vote here. So I want you to realize as you sit here on the board, many of your faces that I know, that's one of my students right there. She's graduating next year. okay? That I'm an important part of this community and I'm an important part of the school and my voice needs to be heard. And you need to respect me for the work that I do each and every day. And I respect you, and respect is a two-way street. You get what you give. So if that's what you want from us, if you want that hard work to continue, you need to give us the same amount of respect and listen and understand who we are and not just pass us over and say, well, maybe there's a new teacher who is better qualified, which is the things we hear sometimes, okay? So hear our voice. That's all we're asking you to do, is to hear our voice. And this right here is our future, okay? The same amount of effort that I give to my TKs is this is my grandchild, okay? And she can do everything that I give my kids in the classroom and more. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miles. Additional, further comment?
Good evening, Board. My name's Joshua Simon. When I planned to come here, I didn't realize the depth of what's going on, but my purpose in being here is I actually came to thank the district, because my daughter, Maya Simon, who went here for 9 years, and this is home. My other daughter, Sarah, wants to find ways to give back and volunteer in science and math. And their lives have been shaped by this district in wonderful, wonderful ways. My daughter, Maya, is going to Emerson College next year, thank you. But I'll tell you, I was just as excited as Maya's graduation as I was at Imani Rogers and other Emery alumni who I saw walking for graduation. Maya wants to dedicate her work to working in theater, to try to use theater to address issues of race and class and to build the conversations we need to have the kind of society that doesn't have the systemic roadblocks and systemic problems. And so we as a district, for many years, I was very proud of that we hold high professional standards, that we address issues of racism and systemic roadblocks, and I'm getting stage fright and missing the third. But we put it on every card, on every agenda. And but most importantly, we worked as a board in using those 3 guiding principles to make sure that that all of us, not just the board, but the board, the administration, the teachers, we didn't always agree, Lord knows, but at the end of the day, we were all trying to figure out what's best for the kids and what's best to bring it together for the kids. And I don't really know all the details of what this is about, but I would just ask if there's ways that we can hear this and pull that together. I know the seat that you sit in is a difficult seat. I know that there's difficult decisions to make, but at the end of the day, we have to find ways to come together. I think with a new building, there's actually opportunities to set tables for conversation, and setting a table for truthful conversations like what I hear happening tonight, but other conversations that can get into more depth is an important thing. I build buildings for a living.
You're out of time.
We did Swan's Market. Well, I guess that.
All right, thank you.
Very much.
Can you please continue?
So I build buildings for a living. We did Swan's Market, Preservation Park, Asian Resource Center, the California Hotel. We build affordable housing community facilities. Every single building we build, there's things that, didn't work out the way we thought it would, needs change, needs adjustment, but we don't just use that to fix the problems. We use that to find ways to have the conversations that also build the relationships between our team, between our property management team, our development team, our services team, so that all of us are looking at how do we work together better for the benefit of our residents. And I think there's an opportunity to have the same sort of coming together. Also, as somebody who does this for a living, I wanted, sort of irrespective of all of this, to come back and just give you a heads up that there's a 1-year warranty on any building, and this summer is the absolute critical time to have these conversations, because you can still bring the contractor back for free. And if there's improvements that the teachers and administration agree on. So as a COC member, I wanted to offer, if there's any of my experience or the experience of the other COC members, we have a lot of people in construction, if there's ways that we can help to set that table, if there's ways that we can be a resource. I love this district. You have all given so much to me and my family. I just have to thank you and say if there's anything I can do to give back. I still want to find ways that we can make sure the kids and their needs are first, and go from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Leslie Epstein. I've been here 14 years, and I used to be so proud to work here. Sorry. And I don't feel that way anymore. And seeing so many people leave, it makes me, I thought about it, and the only reason I stay is because I have the most amazing group of students and families. I stay with many of my students for years as a special ed teacher. And I always thought, particularly the years like when Simon's daughter was here, Maya, all those years, I thought when I have a kid, my son or my daughter is going to go to this school. And I can say now I would never send my son here. And to me, that speaks volumes.
Thank you. Further comment? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to the next item, which is, I'm sorry.
Out of respect, could we allow the people that donated their time to go ahead and speak?
Yes, please. Whoever did donate time, whatever's remaining on their allotted.
If we want.
Yeah.
Thank you, board. Thank you, esteemed colleagues. I appreciate your voice today, and you've inspired me. I'm coming back in the fall. I have every intention of returning. And on my plate, I see a brand new reading series. I see a brand new math series I'm going to be piloting. I'm going to be working with a new colleague that I haven't worked with before. There's equity in PBIS, which I think I mentioned fourth, which should have been mentioned first. There's technology. I'm excited and thrilled to hear that students are going to be having computers in their classrooms. I'm going to need a lot of training to leverage and utilize that program well. I'm also going to be doing this without my family. I'm going to be forming new relationships, and I hope time and space is given to do that. Because to do the work of equity requires a lot of trust. And it requires openness, and it requires safety. And that work has to be hallmark if we're going to serve the needs of our children. I was watching a videotape that I put together for my class, you know, one of those slideshows for open house. And I was looking at it and feeling pretty good about it myself. And then all of a sudden I paused and thought, wait, I need to really look at this through some of the work that I've done in this district. And I looked at my slideshow again, and I had far more children in that slideshow of light-colored skin than of dark-colored skin. I figured that out myself. I was appalled. I'm feeling like it's really brave of me to even say that right here. But this is the work that needs to be done if teachers like me are going to help children of color. And this work needs to be continued, and it needs to be at the forefront. And I need help with the introspection. I want the help with the introspection, because I don't think I can serve these kids well if I don't have it. But again, what I need for that to happen is I need a lot of trust. I need to be in a place where I feel trust. And I'm going to need time to get to know my new colleagues and my new administrators and to do the work that we have to do. It has to be here. So thank you for letting me speak.
You're welcome. Thank you. Any more comments?
I have one. Is that okay?
Sure.
Oh, I was going to say, I hope I don't get sanctioned. If so, draw up the paperwork. Okay, so I'm sitting here, and I'm a little bit sad to see that none of you guys are really taking notes. You're just listening. And this is what it seems like we're always doing, is listening. And I said before it was time for action and time for change, and I don't mean in the demographics. So I see the student demographic changing, I see the school board demographic changing, and as long as I'm sitting here, it's not going to happen, and I'm not going anywhere. So thank everyone for coming and speaking. A lot of things that we heard was not known to us, and I already said before that action speaks louder than words. And if we're going to be a school board that's just going to sit and listen, then it only takes one of us to step outside the box, and I'm going to be that one. So everything that everyone said, I did write down. And I do want you guys to know that I will pursue each and everything that you said. I don't know how many sanctions I might get for it, but there's plenty of ink, plenty of paper, so be it. But I do appreciate all the work that you guys have done. I did not realize that all the veterans, or so many veterans, were leaving. Okay, so you are the glue that has been holding our educational system together. Not to say no one else can come along and do it, but it's going to take a lot of time, and our kids don't have a lot of time. Our students here to have the relationships with the teachers and the staff, they don't have time to build 10, 11-year relationships. Our kindergarten teachers, Ms. Wren, Ms. Miles, Leslie, both Leslies, Kevin, Ms. Lang, thank you for all that you have done and all your sparks that you brought to the meetings and shared with us. Megan, I wish you well and thank you for all you've done. I love your music therapy, and it has done the kids just. I've been in this district a long time, and as well as being a parent, I have also been your colleague, and I'm always be a family. So we are here, and one of our guiding principles was to create a sense of family. And it wasn't just for some of us, it was for all of us. Students, staff, school board members, superintendent, everyone that walks in this district, our community members. Marcelin Krafchick, thank you for all you've done. You've been an amazing blessing to the students. You have, when we didn't have money for the kids to do things, you made sure it was done in the music world. And I just want to thank you and appreciate you and ask everyone to give her a round of applause. Okay. She never asks us for anything in return, and year after year after year after year, she's always there for the students. And that is who we need to be there for. It is not about anybody's egos. It is not about who can be the boss of who or who can make the decisions, but we need to all support each other. And I'm very sad to hear a lot of things that I've heard tonight, and it really does break my heart. But it's time for change. And we need to stop listening, and we just need to start taking action.
Well said, Member Collins.
Thank you.
I took notes as well, but they don't look as good as yours.
Okay. I'm going to make copies.
Thank you.
Cruz has a few notes. Thank you, Cruz. And I
All
see
right.
Dr. Rubio taking notes. And Dr. Rubio, I hope the words are being taken to heart. And I think it was very respectful that they did not say anyone's names and they did not say anything in general. But I think the words that got across is all about us being team players. And moving forward, I hope that, you know, you can be the leader of the team and play nice, sweet, kindly, okay, professionally.
I was going to wait till my report. I just want to just quickly say thank you to everybody. We can only get better with input and feedback. I can only get better with input and feedback. I'm not perfect. I'm trying my best. I'm trying to keep the district up and running, and I'll keep trying my best. So I appreciate your input tonight. Thank you.
All right, item 6. Moving on to that is reports. Starting out with the ETA. Member from the ETA here for tonight's report.
Good evening. Mark Davis, President of ETA. And I just want to say to my colleagues that this was an amazing evening in that your truths are just that. And I hope that just like Member Collins just said, that people listen and remember that this is real. These are people, they didn't make this up, they're not exaggerating. I mean, this is, you know, they're professional people. And as such, let me put it this way. If your dentist told you you need a filling, you get it. If a carpenter says, you know, I got to replace a wall, you replace it. If a teacher says there's a problem in the classroom, please listen to them. You know, we hear the terms, we're professionals, but let's truly treat them as such. Yesterday at graduation, I was happy to see the board all there. And I did mention one thing to graduates, and it was about facing problems. And I quoted Duke Ellington as saying that a problem is your chance to do your best. And we have a problem. And now I'm saying that the district has a chance to do its best work. And I'm not saying anyone, I'm saying the district, everybody. And I hope that that's what comes out of this. But for sure, we are losing some very talented people. We are losing, Mr. Rogers said, 100 years worth of history, of district history, of siblings that you taught prior to the young ones, of family histories. It's a powerful thing that you go through when kids chase you down the hallway and they say, you know, I'm going to have you next year. I had you. I remember my sister said they had you. And it is a remarkable experience. And especially if you've had them so very young and then you're there to see them walk across the stage. So I hope that it is seen as a team, that this can be appreciated in the spirit that it was given, because I have nothing but respect for all these people sitting here. And I think that people, Josh has been around a long time. You never really understand sometimes the stress, the conditions that the teachers have to work under. And for the most part, people sometimes see the end result. They see the report card, they see the end of the year, but they don't see the dealing with a discipline issue, trying to correct behavior, trying to get a kid to, you know, get back on the learning track, all at the same time, keep everything else moving along. It's not easily done, and that's why they're teachers. That's why they're professionals. On the other side of this, I want to say that teachers did recently vote, and they did vote overwhelmingly to ratify the contract that was negotiated between the district and the ETA. And they're very enthusiastic about the financial outcome. And so we appreciate that. There is I think at the heart of what we see long term is that we see that for years the district rolled along and things were pretty predictable, except now we have this partnership, which is sort of, in my eyes, a problem. It's not a partnership in the sense that one would expect that we are all working together. I personally do not feel that partnership with the city of Emeryville has been healthy. And I think it was formed out of the need for money, which is never a good thing, but here we are. So I don't know what can be done, but I just ask again that as the board, as the district, that we just advocate, seriously advocate for our kids, advocate for our staff, so that we can keep moving forward. Other than that, we all made it through this year. We come to an end. It's been some bumps in the road, and I commend everybody that went through it. It started out a little rocky, and we had our challenges throughout the year. So those of you that are moving on, ETA, we wish you the very best, and thank you for everything you've done here. Those that are staying, let's hope the next year brings something positive, and we look forward to it. Megan, I hope to hear your next CD. I know it's in the works, you know. And that's it for tonight. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Davis. On to the next item is the report from CSEA.
Can I just say something real quick? One more time. And I'll be quiet the rest of the night.
Sure.
I'd be remiss if I didn't thank Tony Rogers for all you've done, for all the work that you've done with the young fellas, the young gents. Say it again? The Sigma Betas, but what are they called? Just the Sigma Betas? Okay, and he works with the young African-American males and any kid of color or non-color, anyone that's interested and has a heart, and he's been mentoring them, and thank you. You will be missed. Holly, I'll see you around. Thank you. I didn't want to forget those two.
Thank you. Student representative report. Would you be willing to share a few words?
So stuff that happened this past week, graduation was yesterday. Last week we had our sports banquet for the high school. Also a couple weeks ago we had a trip to Temescal as a field trip, which we used to do when we were elementary students, so we're trying to bring back that tradition. That was mostly in point for building a community with the students, since we've had a lot of problems in the district. Recently, a lot of students have been trying to build a better community within the student body. Today was the last day for finals for high school students, so school is finally over for us. And that's it. But I also just want to say thank you to all the teachers that have been here and support us. We really do appreciate you.
Thank you. And now for board presidents, or I'm sorry, superintendent's report.
Thank you. I just want to report out, again, thank you everybody for your comments and your feedback tonight. To the board and to the community, I just want to report out that it's been a whirlwind of promotions and graduations this week, from the kindergarten promotion to the 5th grade graduation, a promotion at the 8th grade graduation, and yesterday's high school graduation. Thank you for all the teachers who were present at the different graduations, and for all the staff's amazing work on putting them together. And thank you, board members, for attending multiple different ceremonies and graduations. Thank you to our PTO parents who did a spectacular job of supporting each of them, really with decorations and food and many blessings on Diane Mack and her crew, because they really support everything to do with the schools. On the 2 other items I just want to report to the board tonight, our online registration system was completely revamped this year as we moved to use our SIS system, Illuminate, for online registrations, and that is now open for all new parents who are coming in who have been bringing paperwork into the front offices, and we are trying to make sure we open up the registration online for all returning students. We have heard that, I think I may have shared this a little bit before, Oakland Unified is turning down many requests for students to come here. It appears that things are getting kind of locked down, and I understand their position because they're losing students to many schools and charter schools, and so that's a challenging situation for families who are frustrated, and they're calling us and saying they want to come to Emeryville, and they're having difficulty in coming. So I'm just reporting that out to you for your information. And lastly, I just wanted to follow up on our previous few meetings that I am in conversations with our former construction management firm and Turner and our auditors regarding bringing some information to a late August meeting for the board and our architects and maybe our COC members. Really appreciate seeing some of our COC members tonight on sort of this question that has been posed for well over a year by previous board members as well as current board members regarding, do we need an audit or not? So I want to bring all that information to you so you can make the most well-informed decision possible, probably in late August. So I'm working to coordinate that with Ms. Tamery. So I just wanted to give you an update on that. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Rubio. Now for board president's report. I did want to mention that I had a set of points I wanted to bring up, but after tonight's introduction or portion, the first part of this meeting, is that I do want to send out my thanks to every person that has served in this and been part of the Emeryville or Emery Unified School District. Their heart and soul is in every decision and every action that they do. And I commend their service for what they have presented and given to this community. It is sad to see people leave. I know it's the reality of lives, but it is sad anytime someone who's beloved within this community leaves. So I do want to give you a huge thanks for myself, and I think the board does. I don't want to speak for them, but I do want to really thank you all. With that being said, there was a really positive last night at the high school graduation, seeing every individual, every student that crossed the platform to receive their diploma. The look in their eye of hope, some fear, but overall it was a massively positive event in a lot of people's lives. And with the show of the support of the family, friends, neighbors, anybody who walked on that field to see that event knew something was special. And I think it's a reflection of everybody's efforts to get a student educated in this day and age. It's a difficult task, and I can't thank you enough for what you've done and what you're doing and what you will be doing. Thank you. Okay, with that being said, the next item is public hearing on Local Control Accountability Plan, LCAP.
You had to formally open the meeting.
I'm sorry?
You had to formally open the meeting.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So at this time, you'll hit the gavel and open the meeting. It's a
I'm
public
sorry.
hearing.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Excuse me.
We'll open the portion of the meeting at this time for the public hearing on local control accountability plan. Sorry, little formality there.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Mila Kiel.
And Dr. Kell, let me just make sure we're correct on the agenda, because this might not be your item yet. So this is the public hearing part, so anyone, the president, Marion, when he opened, we're just checking to see if anyone wants to comment in the public on this part. You are up later.
Yes.
But you're welcome to comment as well, but we just might want to wait to see if anyone, okay. For members of the public. If there are none, then.
All right, if there is none, then please proceed to the vote.
Then you'll close the hearing. I think,
We'll
well,
close.
yeah, you'll close the hearing. Dr.
Yes.
Kell is on the meeting later today. I believe it's a separate item for the LCAP, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct? Yes.
Well, let me do this. Let me introduce basically, it's a notice of public hearing on the LCAP, and it's basically a topic of notice of LCAP annual update, budget inspection. That's what the basis of this hearing is. Forgive me for not clarifying that or describing that before. We as the governing board will conduct a public hearing on the local control and accountability plan and annual update and proposed budget for the 2016-2017. It's 2017 and 2018.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what the notice of the public hearing is for.
I'm not sure.
And that's required by law, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
And if there are no public comments, you can close the public hearing and open the next one.
Close public hearing on that. The next item is the public hearing on 2017-18 budget. And this is the same protocol that we proceeded previously. Essentially, it is, forgive me, waiting for this to load. All right. Notice of public hearing, and the topic is notice of LCAP. Is there? I'm seeing it's the same. Is it the same? Okay. Notice of LCAP annual update and budget inspection. Any public hearing on that? With that, we'll move on to the next item. We'll close that. And moving on to the consent calendar. Do I have any items that would like to be pulled?
I'd like to pull 9.2.
All right. Any others? Do I have a motion for item 9.1 and 9.3?
So moved.
I'll second.
I'm sorry, I should have, I'm sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
I still second.
Okay. Roll call, please.
I'm sorry, did Member Bailey move?
Yes, I did.
Am I going on with the
Roll call,
vote?
please.
Okay. Member Collins?
Yes.
Member Langner?
Yes.
Member Vargas?
Yes.
President Miriam?
Yes.
Student Rep
Yes.
Solis?
Oh.
Did we do inch?
Okay. Motion carries 6 or 5 no. 6 or 5. I'm sorry.
There's four yeas and
Four.
1 abstention.
That's correct. Thank you.
There was an abstention?
You could count me as a yes.
Oh, all right.
Five
Five
yeas.
unanimous.
It's just the consent calendar, so.
Yes. Item 9.2, Mr. Vargas?
Good evening. Well, I believe we pulled 9.2 to find a little bit about who we're recommending for hire tonight as one of the co-principals at Annie Yates. That would be Samantha Carter. And Ms. Carter has worked in both rural and urban educational settings. She's taught for 6 years and she's been an administrator for the past 3. And one person wrote that Ms. Carter is a champion for equity, equity for educating children, and equity for parents. She couldn't make it here this evening. She could have made it last night, but she couldn't make it this night. That's why she's not here.
Thank you. And I also, if you don't mind, I'd love to hear details about the resignation as much as could be shared about that, like what position that was, and if that was part of, I guess, the 7 or the.
The
or will-
resignation was one of the coaching PBIS positions?
And I'm not sure we can share details about, to be honest with you, because it's a personal action, but it was a coaching position out of the classroom.
Is this one of the 7 positions that were
No,
previously
this
discussed?
was
An additional?
recent news to us, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further? All right. Do I have a motion for item 9.2?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Vote, please. Roll call, please.
Member Collins?
No.
Member Inch?
No.
Member Langner?
Yes.
Member Vargas?
Yes.
President Merriam?
Yes.
Student Rep Solis?
Am I allowed to like not vote?
She's not sure.
Yes.
She's not sure what's going on.
You want to abstain?
Yeah.
Yes.
Motion carries 3-2 with 1 abstention. All right. Next item is the discussion items. We have item 10.1. And Dr. Rubio, could you elaborate on that?
Yes, Ms. Sorrell, come on up, Ms. Sorrell. We are endeavoring to do something we haven't done before, which is a new partnership with the Training Institute, where they have teachers in training who are working on a credential and their master's degree while being paid, I think, as part of the, I don't know, do I call it internship? Ms. Sorrell, go ahead, I'll let you elaborate.
Some of the background is, given the teacher shortage, workshops are being held. The Labor Management Institute, they're holding workshops to look at ways to address the teacher shortage and to have more individuals going into education and trying to obtain a teacher credentialing, to get their teacher credential. One of the ways is they're looking at more partnerships between colleges and universities at the local school level. In this particular program, Bay Area Teacher Training Institute, BATI, they're part of the University of the Pacific's School of Education credentialing program. It's a 2-year program. So we're looking at partnering with them. And what they do, they have teachers who are ready for their teacher training, and they're hired as student, they call them teacher assistants or resident teachers. It's not a certificated position because they don't have their certification yet, but it's more of a classified position where they're working alongside a teacher doing actual teacher assistance work so that they can work towards their credential. That's one of the ways that the industry is now looking at trying to get more people to go into teaching.
Questions for Ms. Harrell? I'll open this up to public comment at this time. Any public comment? All right, no public comment there. Any questions amongst the board here? And I believe this is a motion. Do I have a motion for item 10.1?
I motion.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Member Collins?
Yes.
Member Inch?
Yes.
Member Langner?
Yes.
Member Vargas?
Yes.
President Merriam?
Yes.
Student Rep Solis?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Next item is item 10.2, San Francisco State University and Emery Unified School District 2017 through 2019 Student Teaching Agreement with Adaptive PE. Dr. Rubio, or I'm sorry, Ms. Farrell?
We have an MOU in place already with San Francisco State as well as Cal State East Bay, UC Berkeley, a number of other institutions. And there was a time when for each student teaching agreement, for each internship agreement, would be it multiple subject, be it single subject, all these agreements were coming at different times. So then we started to umbrella it, just put everything possible on one agreement. San Francisco State is simply adding their adaptive PE to the umbrella MOU that we already have in place. That's it, it's just a modification.
Okay. Questions from the board for clarifying questions from the board?
So the adaptive PE program, is that something that we utilize or something that we could utilize in the future?
It's something that we don't utilize now, but the mere fact that they offer a credential in it, it's always possible that it's something we could utilize in the future.
Thank you.
Additional questions? If none, I will open it up for public comment. Any public comment on this item? All right, none being there. Further questions from the board? All right, if there are none, so we will like to have a motion. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
A second.
Roll call, please.
Member Collins?
Yes.
Member Inch?
Yes.
Member Langner?
Yes.
Member Vargas?
Yes.
President Merriam?
Yes.
Student Rep Solis?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Next item is 10.3, approval of public disclosure of proposed collective bargaining agreement. Dr. Rubio, would you like to introduce that item?
No, it's fine. Yes. This item is to ask for your approval. AB 1200 requires school districts to submit a summary of the tentative agreement to the County Office of Education for review and to make the summary available to the public at least 10 work days prior to the board taking action on the agreement.
All right.
Okay, good evening, board. Let's look at the AB 1200 on the first page, which is the certification page. Basically, it's just a summary to tell you what's the fiscal impact for year 1, year 2, and year 3. And the details is actually on the backup at the back. So, by the way, this tentative agreement between the ETA and Emery Unified School District is for the time period July 1st, 2017 to June 30th, 2019. And it is based on a 3% increase effective July 1st, 2017, and another 1.75% increase on July 1st, 2018. So looking at the first page of the detailed backup, what you can see in the first column is the certificated salary before the proposed agreement. And the effect for the fiscal impact for the year 1, which is 17-18, you can see is $104,000 for the salary schedule. And then add on the fringe benefits, that's another $19,000 for a total of $124,000 in year 1. And then the second year, which is 18-19, added on the 3% is another 1.75%. So the fiscal impact for the general fund is a total of $200,000. And then for year 3, which is for 19-20, even though there is no further raise in that year, it's still going to be added on the 3% plus the 1.75% compounded fiscal effect on the year 3 fiscal year 19-20, which is come to $203,000. So page 2, it gives you a spell O is 3%, 17-18, and 1.75% 18-19. And the proposed non-fiscal changes in the agreement is class size K to 3 is 24 students. 4 to 8 is 32, and 9 to 12 is 32. And then the item number E, this agreement will increase the deficit in the subsequent years for the district. And then page 3, the source of the funding pretty well for this agreement is for the current year is no effect because it doesn't kicks in until next fiscal year. But the, how are we going to fund the agreement settlement is through either budget savings and projected increased enrollment in 17-18. So page 4 is the multi-year for the fiscal impact for this agreement. As you can see, column 1.
I'm sorry, I'm having a little bit of trouble following. Can we maybe display the document that we should be looking at in the computer so we can also follow here?
Or give us what the header says.
Yeah, whichever way works. But.
Yeah, but which one? Like which? Oh, there's more than one attachment. Well, she mentioned page 4, for example, and there's only one page.
Ms. Dorsu, how is this structured? I mean, how is this formatted with the attachments? You have the one page that's basically give the certification of the district's ability to meet cost and collective bargaining agreement. That's page 1. So we're looking at that. That's what we have online. I'm sorry for the.
Okay, basically there is 2 parts. One is the certification page.
Yeah, that's what we have,
Okay,
but we don't have
the
other.
The second part is the 8 pages of the detail backup.
Okay, we do
Sorry, is
not
that the
have
spreadsheet?
that.
Is that the spreadsheet?
Public disclosure of collective bargaining agreement. Is that?
Can you open it up? Yeah.
So I believe it's the second document that on a tablet or a phone it looks like a single page.
The second item, it should read public disclosure of collective bargaining agreement in accordance to AB 1200, which is altogether a total of 8 pages.
Thanks for the clarification.
Okay.
Is there 2 attachments?
They don't have it? Okay, all right.
I'm just getting my screen. So
I'm on page 4, which is where we start the multi-year. Where is that item H?
She has it up
Okay, all right,
there.
thank you.
Yeah, that's, no, going back, you're too far. Go back, go back. Yeah, that's the one, go a little bit, go up, that's the one. Okay, that's the one, okay. So are we okay to go back to page 4, which is starting on top, it said public disclosure of collective bargaining agreement in accordance with AB 1200.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. And on this one is actually showing the fiscal impact for fiscal year 17-18. The effect on the expenditure side, and you can see on the 1,000 column where it says certificated salaries, you see the 104,000 on column 2. That is the additional fiscal impact of this agreement on the 17-18 certificated salaries.
Dora, may I ask which line in the spreadsheet are you referring to? 141? 141. The number. I can't see. Thank you.
I know, but it seems like they have a hard time. Okay, all right. So we're okay to continue?
Yes,
Okay,
please continue.
All right. So basically for this year, the fiscal impact is a total of $124,926. $928 on the ending fund balance.
And Doris, Sue, that's in the second column, about 2/3
Which
of
is
the way
the
down, right?
second column,
Right.
yes. Because the second column is the cost of adjustment as a result of this settlement. So should I repeat? So again, on the 17-18 fiscal year, the impact of this agreement on the 17-18 budget is under column 2, where you see on the certificated salaries, under column 2 is 104,000. And then the fringe benefits, which is the 3,000 employee benefits, is $19,000 for a total of $124,000. And that is the fiscal impact for 17-18. And then the next page, so pretty well this doesn't apply to us, so we can skip on to page 6, where it will say item I, impact of proposed agreement on current year unrestricted reserves. So because of the additional cost to the budget, now the reserve at 4% is going to be $479,000. So the next one is finally the multi-year. It will show you fiscal year 16-17, the current year, and then 17-18 next year, and then the subsequent year 18-19. And as you can see, the ADA on these years they are on 641.77 ADA, which is the ADA that the board approved during the second interim, way back in March.
Dora, I'm sorry, which line of the spreadsheet are you in? Which number?
229.
229, thank you.
Yeah. 229 is at ADA, 641.77. Okay. I just want to point to your attention, this ADA number is the number that the board approved the budget during the second interim, way back in March 2017. But right now, the new ADA for the P2 certification is now 649.52. But because when we did the AB 1200, we have to use the data, which is the budget the board approved the very last time. So that's the reason why I have to put down the old ADA number. And then on this sheet, pretty well it gives you the revenue for the district, the expenditure, which is an increase on the certificated salaries and the fringe benefits, and the effect on the ending fund balance. So any question on this one? No? Okay. All right, the last page, pretty well this AB 1200 needs the signature, certification signature from the superintendent and the board president.
Any clarification or questions for the Ms. Dorsu?
And Dora, this is pretty much what every district does. It gives the county a heads up on here's what we're doing, here are our numbers, and the county wants to always make sure they can see what a district is doing before we do it when it becomes to a salary increase, correct?
Yes, it is a document that the districts need to turn it in to the county office, and also available for public inspection or review 10 business days before the board take any actions on certifying the agreement. So this is what I sent to the county office 2 weeks ago.
Can you repeat what you said about projected increased enrollment for the 17-18 school year?
Projected enrollment for 17-18?
You said that there was a projected increase in enrollment.
Well, yes. Part of it is asking how do you fund this agreement. Is going through budget savings started in it's going to start in 17-18 and continue in 18-19. And also, I've been told that we highly likely will have higher enrollment in 17-18 than what we have right now in 16-17. So that's the reason why I'm telling the county, this is how we're going to fund this contract.
So you're projecting an increase in enrollment?
Rubio, do you want to touch on this increased projected enrollment in 17-18?
I'm sorry, what are the numbers, Dora? Ms. Emery was just speaking to me for a second.
I think is on, is on page 3, item G, number 3. If this is a multi-year agreement, what is the source of funding?
Oh, I got you. So, Dora Sue here has explained to the county that we're projecting based on over the years that through budget savings and ongoing increased enrollment, we believe we're in financially good shape to perform this agreement. So we are hoping that we see, and we're doing whatever we can to see the same spike that we saw last year in 6th grade and 9th grade. And if those numbers continue, it will have us in the right direction. As you may recall, for the first time in over 10 years, our 9th grade enrollment spiked, and we had a larger incoming 9th grade class than we've seen in over a decade. So that was counter to all the sort of the trajectory for many years. And so based on that and ongoing savings as we go along, we believe that we're in good financial condition to be able to give the teachers a raise.
Can you help us reconcile? You mentioned increased enrollment. However, it seems like in the projections here that we used, we're actually using stable attendance. Can you help me reconcile the two?
Yeah, I suspect, and Doris will elaborate if I get this wrong, that you're taking a conservative approach on your assumptions, as you normally do, and that you don't want to overestimate anything in terms of what we believe is going on. And am I wrong? I don't know if that's right or not.
Well, actually, we're going to touch on the budget assumptions later on in much more detail. But at this time, what I'm counting on, how is the district able to afford the $124,000 in the first year, and the $200,000 in the year 2, and then the $203,000 in year 3. Is basically we have to go through careful monitor of the budget expenditures. That's number 1. And then number 2 is if the enrollment is going up for 17-18 next year as what we projected, then we're fine because the funding will go by the ADA. But if flipping the coin, if the enrollment is not going up as what we expected, then we have to go into some kind of budget cuts or budget savings that we have to go through for next year. But again, we have to be very careful monitoring the budget situations because of this settlement that now we are dealing with right now.
If I may relate this.
Go ahead.
Please, after you.
No, I was going to ask Dr. Rubio if ADA had gone up this year over last year, school year, that is.
No, I don't believe it has, and I was just sharing with Dr. Kell this morning and with Doris Sue this week, and Doris Sue and I have been talking about this, that one of the most important items for the new principals and new administration is going to be really, and for me and our district, is to focus on making sure we're really emphasizing the importance of kids getting to school every day, and that our teachers are all recording attendance on a daily basis correctly, and that our school clerks are recording attendance correctly. Because if we don't do all 3 of those things, our numbers are going to go down or be inaccurate. And so really, we really need to take a multi-pronged approach to this to make sure we're emphasizing with the parents on an ongoing basis how important it is that their kids are in school on a regular basis and don't miss school unless they're really sick, and that our teachers are taking attendance every day, and that our clerks are recording it correctly. And we're having I think, some challenges in all three of these areas.
Did overall enrollment, did overall enrollment increase from this year, from last year?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said ADA.
No,
earlier.
no, I'm asking a separate
Oh, I'm
question.
sorry.
Overall enrollment.
Overall,
this year.
no. We didn't have as much of a spike in the kindergarten as we had the prior year. So with the wash in and wash out of students and families coming in and out, overall, no. But the healthy spike at 6th and 9th grade was wonderful news for us, but overall, no.
Thank you.
Sure.
John, if I could relay your comment back, do you mean to say that then the ADA number that we are seeing here, the 641, is underrepresented?
I'm saying that that's a strong possibility, and that if we don't make sure we address all three of those areas, we can't be certain. We are poised to bring in some trainers for our clerks in the next few weeks to go over all the attendance procedures again. So yes, we don't know for sure, and we're concerned, and we want to make sure we're doing everything we can in all three areas, including, emphasizing with the parents and our practices.
So you believe that, again, this number is probably underrepresented, sorry.
I think it could be, yes.
Yeah.
As I said, the 641 is the number at the time when we presented the second interim to the board. On the P2 certification, which is how the state funding the schools, actually the ADA is 649.52, 649.52.
Sorry, what was the number, the 649? What does that represent?
That's the ADA for the P2 certification, and that is the period that the state will base their funding to the school.
So we're trending to 649.
Yes.
So we budgeted 641, but we're trending
The
to
second
649.
interim, we did it at 641, but when we did the P2 certification, which is sometimes in early April, the number already gone up to 649.52.
Okay.
And that will be the number that state is funding us for 16-17.
Great. Is that the 649 number? Is that the one that you used for this other multi-year projection that we're going to see later?
That's right.
So this number that we see later includes that 649.
Yeah, as I said before, the reason why I have to use the 641 in here, because on this AB 1200, it's asking I could base on the numbers that the last budget the board approved. And at the time when I prepared this AB 1200, the board only approved the second interim budget.
So we were locked in, as I understand it, at the 641 at that time.
Yes. But the state funding, again, is go by the 649 numbers.
So Dr. Rubio, in addition to the 3 bullet points that you gave us to make assure the ADA is correct, are there is there any process for enrollment outreach, or any particular person that will be focusing on increasing enrollment?
Yes, right now it's a team effort between the clerks and the offices as parents come in, but we are outreaching and we are following it with phone calls. We have quite a long list of parents, many who are, some are in Emeryville, many who are West Oakland, that we are calling and we're emailing. We've been doing that for the last few weeks and saying, come in, get online, please get your registration process complete. We'd like to continue to collect your paperwork, so we're doing that, and that's been primarily Ms. Santana, the Spanish bilingual parent outreach coordinator. It's been a little bit of our technician, Will Fuentes, and certainly the clerks in the front offices are receiving parents. And actually, I want to definitely give some positive kudos to the high school principal, because she came to the 8th grade graduation. Parents were able to talk to her. Many parents walked up to her and had questions about the high school, and I think they were happy to talk to her and about finding out more and making their decision what they were doing for the following year with their children. So, doing a lot and doing everything we can right now.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Any further questions for Ms. Garcia? At this time, public comment? Okay, seeing none, do we have any further follow-up questions or discussion amongst the board?
I have one one thought here. I'm comparing the numbers for 2018-19 with what we see in the attachment of, actually 2017, 2018, where we are saying that our, I guess, our beginning or fund balance is 3.4, but then I'm seeing 2.6 on the multi-year projection, and I know I'm switching from one topic to the other, but they're very, very closely related. And I just want to make sure I grasp the real impact of these increases appropriately. And I think it seems like it's probably best if we do it in the context of the multi-year projection that has more accurately reflects attendance and all other things. So, is it safe to say, Dora, am I looking at the right numbers where the end state for 2017, 2018 is 2.5 in the 641 ADA simulation, but in the actual simulation we're projecting to actually end up at almost 2.7?
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm lost. So you are actually looking at the multi-year projection on page 7 on this AB 1200, or what are you looking at?
I don't have page numbers, unfortunately. I'm looking at it in my screen,
Okay.
but I am looking at line 266 of the spreadsheet that I think you have in your...
And is that in part H?
It's 10.3 financial report. That's the name of the file, the spreadsheet, XLS. It's what we see in...
Is this
screen.
the one that you're looking at?
Yes, line 266, ending balance.
And Member Vargas, could you repeat the numbers you're seeing in there, the ending fund balance?
So on line 266, I'm looking at the column in the middle, the one that says 2.5. 2533.672.
Gotcha.
Yep.
And you're saying that number is different than?
And then I'm going back to this, Dora, this other document, the multi-year projection.
Okay, before you go further, what happened on this particular document is only asking the district to report the fiscal impact of the agreement, which is strictly the 3% in 17-18 and the 1.75% in 18-19. And the other MYP that you're looking at right now, which we will go into detail later on, is the MYP based on the whole picture, which is including your step and column increase and including all these extra hours, teachers turning in the entire general fund budget. But on this one, what we are tracking is only the county is asking what is the fiscal impact of the 3% and what is the fiscal impact on the 1.75%. But on the other MYP that you're looking at, the legal size, the big one, which is including everything, which is including the sub-certificated salary, which is including the 2% step in column, and also including the next year we're going to be under 187 days instead of the 184 days, and obviously the increase of the contract days for the teacher will increase the budget. So the other one is tracking everything. So you cannot really compare that one with this one.
Right, I completely understand.
Okay.
And I agree with you 100%. And actually, in fact, the point that I'm trying to make is that this seems to be, what we're looking at right now, 10.3, seems to be a reporting requirement. But in order for us to I guess, move forward and agree with accepting the the teacher raises, basically, we should actually be looking at the multi-year projection, because the multi-year projection actually better reflects the real financial state of our school. And this and the document, the spreadsheet that we're looking at now, does not do that job. And actually, the point that I'm trying to drive home is that we're in a better financial position that this document that we're seeing right now actually reflects. That's actually the point I'm trying to drive home.
You're right.
Yeah.
So in order for the board to better decide whether to accept the agreement or not, yes, you're absolutely right. It's much better to get the whole picture, which you will see on the MYP in the legal size under the budget. But most of the case, to tell you the truth, this is the first time with the preparation of the AB 1200 is aligning with the information on the budget presentation.
That's your question?
Sorry for being the numbers guy.
No, numbers guy.
I am very satisfied with this. Thank you.
All right. Any further comments from the board? And I did open it up for public comment once more, and then public comment at this time. None. Then we'll wrap up this with any further comments from the board. Okay. With that being said, or not being said, do I have a motion for this item?
So moved.
Second?
I'll second.
All right, roll call, please.
Member Collins?
Yes.
Member Inch?
Yes.
Member Langner?
Yes.
Member Vargas?
Yes.
President Merriam?
Yes.
Student Rep Solis?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Next item is item 10.4. It's approval of Emery Teachers Association ETA and EUSD 2017 to 2019 contract. Dr. Rubio?
Yes, I just want to again say thank you to the negotiation team and to Mr. Davis. It was really through a great deal of collaboration and collaborative work with their team and with myself and district staff that we got to this point. I think it's a good agreement for both parties. We had some changes to the contract that help us perform our duties and things like evaluations of teachers, a few small tweaks here and there to class size. And the teachers, I think, are getting a well-deserved compensation increase, and I'm happy that we're able to do this. I think a lot of districts right now are struggling, and we have the opportunity to really recognize our teachers and staff as they deserve.
Questions on this from the board? Clarifying questions? I have one, Dr. Rubio. Let me think. Having to do with, it's always a comparison amongst the number of districts in the East Bay or even the Bay Area. What have you learned or gleaned as far as where we stand amongst the numbers?
I think we are now, well, let me say it this way. I think going forward, I have some general concerns about the fact that the governor is not putting forward additional money for school districts and the impact on retirement benefits. And I think that as a district, I think I may want the board to consider as we go forward at some point to consider maybe additional funding for the district, whether that's outside sources or re-examining our parcel tax and what we gain from that. So let me say that first. I believe that I'm happy that we can do this now, but I think going forward we will need to consider how, if the governor doesn't change the funding and lack thereof for schools, I think as a board you'll want to consider other options down the road. That being said, right now I think this offer for the teachers makes us extremely competitive and more attractive than Albany and Berkeley and Piedmont in some ways, and so I'm proud that we can offer that to candidates. So.
All right, thank you. Any other comments regarding this item?
I would just remove the if in your comment and saying that we probably as a board we should think about getting ahead of any potential changes that may happen in terms of budgets coming from the state, and then we should absolutely discuss other additional ways to increase our funding and to better protect and to be as attractive as a district as possible for teachers, and also to ensure that we can fund other very important programs that the community has been asking for.
Further questions? If not, I'll open this up for public comment. All right, with none there, follow-up or final questions for this item? None being, then we will put it to a motion. Do I hear a motion for this?
I motion.
Second on that?
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Member Collins?
If the teachers and staff are happy, I'm happy, yes.
Member Inch?
Yes.
Member Langner?
Yes.
Member Vargas?
I spoke to most of the teachers. I think most of the teachers are happy with this. I vote yes.
President Merriam?
Yes.
Student Rep Solis?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Next item is item 10.5. That's the 2017-2018 designation of California Interscholastic Federation, the CIF representatives. Okay, I believe this item is coming back for our discussion and approval.
It is coming back. Is there something you wanted to? Did we skip something, Ms. Farrell? 10.4? 1 second.
Oh. Did I skip over 10.3?
No, we vote. I
No.
think we're okay. Did we get a vote on 10.3 and 10.4? Yes. Okay. Yeah. This item's coming back to you. I did a little research and talked to a few different people who are involved with the CIF, and they just wanted to let me know that very simply it is a requirement for us being part of the CIF and the North Coast part of CIF that we have representatives that they can contact, that they have someone they can call when there's an issue, or that we have designated people by the board as part of their bylaws and part of the agreement we have as members of CIF. So I've a little bit more information for you.
Right.
Yeah.
And Dr. Rubio, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was Ms. Good and Mr. Ross, the same representatives we had last year?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Rubio?
Yeah, a quick question. I wanted to ask how these members were, the representatives were selected.
From what I recall from last year, I think Todd Kane Ross, because he's athletic director, it was deemed that he was the most natural connection to be one of the representatives. And I think Ms. Good, as principal, just wanted to be available to be a representative as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Additional questions? This time, open to public comment. Okay, none being. Final comments, questions? Okay, motion please.
I'll move.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Roll call please.
Member Collins?
Yes.
Member Inch?
Yes.
Member Langner?
Yes.
Member Vargas?
Yes.
President Merriam?
Yes.
Student Rep Solis?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Next item is item 10.7, and that's a budget adoption, the first reading.
10.6.
I'm sorry. I wanted to get past that.
That's all right. That's all right. We appreciate your enthusiasm.
Oh, okay, yes. Item 10.6, that's the update to the local control accountability plan, first reading.
Absolutely. Dr. Kell is with us tonight. Dr. Kell, we appreciate all of your hard work on this, and I can assure the board that if you were to look at Dr. Kell anytime within the last several weeks, it's like looking at Dora. They're both got their nose to the grindstone, and they are working their tails off. So thank you, Dr. Kell, for all your work on this.
Thank you. This is not my computer.
We don't make your life easy, do we? We don't make your life easy, do we?
Oh, Lord.
You need a good challenge in your life. Here we are.
It should have been out.
You work very hard.
Thank you very much. Good evening again. So today I'm going to update you on the progress that the district made during this school year with regards to vis-a-vis our LCAP, our local control accountability plan, and also share some of the actions that we're proposing for the next year. And actually, it's a 3-year plan. So we're planning very seriously for the next year, but then we are projecting also second and third. But it's a living document, evolving document. Right? Okay, so the local control accountability plan has Emeryville School District. So local control accountability plan has 3 major goals. And then each goal has a number of outcomes, and then the outcomes have actions that support those outcomes. Just that's how it's structured, okay? And so what I was thinking I will do, you have the whole document there. It's a huge document, as you can see. So I want to share some of the outcomes from last year, just highlight some things, and feel free to ask questions if you need to. And then I wanted to share the actions going forward to support the goals. The goals did not change because they're major goals, okay? So, and I will be taking notes if you give any suggestions. Okay, so the first outcome, the first goal is that all students will be provided with equitable access to educational opportunities and programs for economic, political, and social empowerment, and that all students will learn and demonstrate 21st century skills, including collaboration, critical thinking, and creativity to be college and career ready. So that's the first major goal. And so what you see on the screen right now on the left side, it's expected outcomes, and on the right side, the actual estimated actuals. And so the district expected to have 100% of teachers who are appropriately assigned to their positions. And we did in the beginning of the year. However, one of the teachers resigned a couple of months in the beginning of the year, and we were not able to fill that position for the whole year. We just found a very good candidate, I understand, for the next year. It was a social studies teacher. So we had a substitute, actually several long-term substitutes there. And so that's why we have this number. At NIH, we only had 98% of teachers who were fully credentialed and assigned appropriately. At the high school side, we did have 100%. The second one was in compliance with Williams' report that our students have access to all the common core materials, and that we will inquire in an ongoing basis into materials effectiveness. And so that goal is achieved. All students have access to common core materials. The second priority is common core state standards implementation. And as you can see, the third outcome is that 100% of certificated staff will attend professional development based on current content and performance standards, such as Common Core, Next Generation Science Standards, English Learning Development Framework, and research-based best practices. And so on the right side, you see not a comprehensive list, but just a representative list of the kinds of professional development that our teachers attended. Everybody was trained in Eureka Math last year. Unfortunately, there aren't any programs that are already aligned with Next Generation Science Standards, but we had Next Generation Science Standards Rollout Symposium. All science teachers attended that. All science teachers across the district attended Amplify training, which was how to teach English learners effectively while teaching science, so that was very exciting. ERWC is the program for writing primarily. Silicon Valley Math Initiative, some of the teachers attended. We had 8 days, full days of questioning and collaborative learning workshops that I personally conducted at NIH. And another very exciting development was instructional rounds in education, which is a really powerful and potent vehicle for instructional improvement. What came out of that first rollout symposium where our science teachers went, that we formed the first district-wide science committee, and they've been meeting every Monday after school and planning their programs together. And actually, the most exciting things for me was that one of the new science teachers at high school was volunteering his time modeling for the middle school teacher. So that's really exciting. All right. I want to highlight this too. So 100% of 10th and 12th graders will be provided project-based portfolio defense learning opportunities. And they were in collaboration with Envision Education. Now the next one, 100% of teachers will be observed using integrated ELD strategies to serve English learners, was not entirely met. Only about 30% of teachers were consistently using those strategies. But even with that, our English learners made a really impressive progress, which I'm really excited to share on California English Language Development Test. So, but we need to work on that, and we need to expand the ranks of teachers who are using these strategies, because they're good for everybody, not just for English learners. We're also working on developing ELD/ELA programs in middle grades and in high schools next year, and teachers volunteered to work in summer and develop those, which is really exciting. And we chose Reach for Reading. You may recall that this year TK through 5 grade teachers were piloting 2 ELA/ELD Common Core aligned programs, and we had a very rigorous process where they presented to the whole body, to the whole ILT, instructional leadership team, and they chose Read for Reading, National Geographic program, which will be implemented in TK5 next year. So next year we will have both mathematics and English language arts/English language development programs that are Common Core aligned.
Dr. Coe, I'm sorry. Do the board members have this PDF yet, or is it up there on the table? Do we hand it out to them already? Do you know? Well, but your presentation, your file here, they have the plan, but do you know?
Oh, no, I didn't share the PowerPoint because it's the same thing, really.
Okay.
But I'm
You're highlighting
yeah,
out of this.
I will send, yeah, I will send the PowerPoint if you want it, but it goes completely along with the plan. So if you look at the goal number 1, priority number 4, and you can see it in the plan. Okay. And I apologize, it's an unwieldy, huge document. All right.
That's actually what, sorry, I apologize. That's why I wanted to see your beautiful presentation, because it summarizes.
Oh, thank you.
So
thank you. Another very exciting development was, at the end of the year, our half-time ELD teacher in high school resigned. And we decided to hire a full-time instead of half-time ELD teacher, so that this person can support middle school students as well as high school students. And we were very fortunate to find a great candidate, because of course our chances were much better with full-time position. And so now all of our students get integrated and designated English development classes in high school, middle school, and in elementary school. So there are 2 professionals that are working with these groups of students. Okay, the next one that I wanted to highlight was that we were talking about last year that 100% of students who are struggling academically, either as indicated by their grade of C or lower, or through ongoing progress monitoring of students, will have access to new tutoring program. And we really expanded tutoring program at NIH this year. We chose to hire teachers who know the students instead of outsourcing it, even though it's more expensive. And we purchased some very good programs, intervention programs. So that was a good development. Then another thing I would like to highlight is, so number 16 said 100% of high school students will fulfill A through G requirements through a clearly articulated 4-year academic schedule. That was a very unrealistic goal, unfortunately. I wish it could be met so easily, but it's not an easy goal. And I was talking to the counselors, and I was looking at data, and only 30% of students were actually eligible even to complete the A through G courses. So we're hoping that next year it will be 30% who complete it, and hopefully by 2020 we will have 65%. But if we will overachieve this goal, it'll be even better. So that's what that is. I mentioned before that our English learners made a really, really impressive progress. And so if you look at number 17, on CELT, we wanted 5% increase, and we actually had 15.6% increase. Now, all these data, this data is actually 15-16. A lot of the data that I'm presenting today, I have to share, is a little outdated because on California school dashboard, the data, aside from academic indicators, everything is 14-15. This is our local data that I already have. We have to wait for certified data to present, but based on this, we made a really, really impressive progress with EL students. Okay, and then again, state target, if you look at number 18, it's related, was 54.7% for students who are in the country for 5 years or longer, and they actually jumped to 73%, so that's nice. Okay, number 22, if you look at, we said that 100% of all 9th graders will be enrolled in science, and we were able to achieve that goal by hiring the second science teacher. And so all 9th graders are enrolled in science now. Number 23, the district will hire another full-time science teacher, which we did, and that's the teacher who was volunteering his time too. So it was a good hire. I would like to highlight number 25 now. It says 100% of Emery English learner students will have access to, in all classes, to integrated ELD strategies to enable all English learners to access core curriculum. And it's very challenging, especially for high school students who come from another country. You can tell by my accent I'm very familiar with the issue. I didn't go to high school here. I came as an adult, but believe me, it's very hard. And so they need a lot of support. And so we achieved that goal. 100% of students are now supported because we have that additional full-time teacher, which is very helpful. Okay, now goal number 2. That was the first goal. The second goal deals with technology. Innovative technology will be integrated to facilitate global awareness, communication, collaborative learning, and critical thinking, those 4 C's of 21st century. And so if you look at number 29, it says provide access for 100% of students to Common Core aligned ELA balanced literacy curriculum that includes diverse primary texts and Common Core aligned math. And so what happened this year was that TK5 students had that, but middle school and high school students didn't, but will next year because they're developing the program. And all students, TK through 12, are now engaged in learning with Eureka, which is Eureka Math is a Common Core aligned program. It was expanded into high school this year. If you look at number 33, am I going too fast? Or am I, okay. Okay. So this deals with student engagement. And it says over 3 years, 100% of EUSD students will have their own device to use in class or at home to increase the amount of time students are engaged, have access to Common Core, and desire to attend school more often. Well, everybody knows that kids of that age are digital natives, so of course it's a very attractive thing, in addition to being a great tool. Our initiative is in progress right now. We have several classrooms that are piloting technology, I believe 3 so far. They're all at NIH because we figured that high school has a computer lab, but next year we're hoping that everybody will get their device. That's 5th grade and 1st grade classroom, and the library, I think, also has it. Number 34, 70% of EUSD parents and families will access the student information system, Illuminate. We're a little bit behind on that one. Only 26.67% of our high school parents so far access the system. And part of the reason is because we were not able to move as quickly as we would like with technology, and so high school parents are just getting that access. I mean, middle and elementary school parents, so they obviously didn't access that data. Number 37 is 90% of students who have failing grades in A through G courses will receive a passing grade through engagement with an online class support. And that one is in progress. We're using Odyssey-ware, which is a digital program that allows teachers customize curriculum for the students. And those who failed a class are expected to either retake the whole class or work on Odyssey-ware. So that outcome is working out nicely. Okay, goal 3 now. Provide a comprehensive multi-use city school campus that fosters a respectful environment, engages students in an innovative education, and offers comprehensive resources to bring members of the Emeryville community together to interact and learn. So I would like to highlight number 39. 100% of EUSD students will attend a multi-use school facility. Obviously, this facility is attended by 100% of our students. We also have a lot of new clubs, such as basketball teams, boys and girls, Girls on the Run Club, third through fifth grade students, scientific adventures for girls, science and engineering for boys, and many other activities. Number 40, school site councils, LCAP parent and EL advisory committees, and other parent groups will meet regularly during the school year, at least 3 times, for which the purpose will be reflecting on and giving input on district process toward goals. And I think that a couple of you can attest to that because you visited us when we were meeting. And so we had 4 meetings with the parent advisory committee. We had 3 meetings with ELAC, with the English Learner Advisory Committee. We had a meeting with the student committee from high school. We also, parents also met in school site councils on both sides. So that goal is achieved. ADA, I'm kind of glad that Dr. Rubio spoke about that because now I don't have to explain. There was a 3% decline. We were hoping to increase it by 2%, so that goal was not achieved. Number 45, there will be a 10% decrease in chronic absenteeism rates district-wide. And our decrease was by a little bit less than 10%. So in 14-15, our chronic absenteeism was at 17.9%. And in 15-16, it was at 9.77%. So we didn't quite reach the goal, but we're close. And this is for unduplicated students only, so because LCAP primarily focuses on unduplicated populations. So if a student missed more than 18 days of school, which is 10%, you take all those students and divide by the amount of duplicated students. That's how they come up with that formula, with that number. Okay, number 51, train 100% of Emery teachers in equity awareness and culturally relevant pedagogy. Very big subject for our district, as today was very evident. In both schools, the faculty engaged in those conversations. I believe there were equity meetings at NIH every month. Once a month, and I don't know how often at high school side, but there were equity meetings also in conversations. Some of our faculty attended training with Pacific Education Group, which is equity organization, and more of us will attend, actually all of us will attend in the beginning of the year, which is exciting. I just attended one very recently. It was interesting. Okay, now actions for next year. So what I would like to highlight, many actions are still the same because you don't achieve it right away and it takes time. It's a process, right? But I would like to highlight some things that are new this year. So we're adding an additional AP class, Calculus in high school, and we're also adding computer science AP class in high school, which is very exciting. Okay, we're increasing support of English language learners by funding full-time position, continuing to fund it. She only started in February. We will provide professional development for all teachers in Common Core practices in the context of Eureka Math for those teachers who didn't attend. Last year everybody did, but we will have some new people, obviously. Reach for Reading, those who didn't pilot will need training. Teachers also decided to incorporate units of study by Lucy Calkins. Somebody mentioned that they used to use those before. It's a great, very powerful writing program. We also would like to try to pilot Math Trailblazers, also Common Core aligned integrated math, science, and social studies program in 2 grades to see if I like it. Another thing that we'll be doing is we will provide training in the beginning of the new school year in differentiation, which is really important for us. Universal design for learning approaches, and it's very important because it meets the needs of English learners and African American students, which is our lowest performing population, so we need to really look at how we differentiate and how we meet the needs of students, all students. We will continue using instructional rounds as a mutual accountability and collaboration tool where teachers observe each other and analyze data together and then act on it. ELD coordinator and the ELD teacher will collaborate with 6th through 12th grade teachers to create an ELD curriculum this summer. And they all volunteered for many hours to work on that. And it'll be based on Common Core and on ELD standards, so it'll be integrated. Another thing I'd like to highlight is that we will provide those 2 high school AP classes that I mentioned before, Calculus AB and BC, and Computer Science. We will provide targeted intervention for students struggling academically during the school day, but also in after-school tutoring, TK-12. And this may also include some preparation for students in SATs and ACTs. We'll also provide professional development for teachers in restorative practices and in strategies for teaching positive social skills and to employ alternatives to suspensions, because one of the red flags that we have on our California School Accountability Board is that although our suspension rates are very low for the district, our special needs students are suspended more often than they should be. And so we want to find alternatives, and we want to educate ourselves how we can handle it in a different way. And the last one is very exciting too. We are going to provide coding elective classes for middle school students. We have coding in high school, so now our middle school students will be ready when they come to high school. And also, one of the things that we're doing this year, we applied for a grant with STEELS, and this is an organization that brings technology professionals, business people, into schools, and they volunteer in the classrooms. And so the whole year, somebody will be co-teaching, several actually people will be co-teaching or volunteering in Mr. Burns' class, which is also exciting. And we're hiring a new technology coordinator, because with all this new technology we need to teach, it's not only about technical aspect, but it's also very important. And our parents and our teachers spoke about it very passionately, that we need somebody who will support teachers in ways to integrate technology to enhance instruction, not just technically, how do I use spreadsheet. That's important too, of course, that's foundational, but it's very important to make instruction better with technology. Okay, goal 2. We will provide computer devices for all students. It's a 3-year initiative. We're hoping that next year we will provide already devices for all students, and we'll hire this technology coordinator / coding instructor. We'll continue to fund new Spanish-speaking bilingual parent outreach coordinator who is working with not only Spanish-speaking parents, but primarily with them. We will also provide structured play support by hiring playworks to ensure greater engagement during recess and prevent bullying. And that also affects unduplicated populations specifically, in addition to everybody, of course. And then the last development, we're instituting small school model at NIH. We're creating 2 autonomous middle and elementary schools. We're hiring 2 principals, and there is a huge body of research in favor of small school model because it develops personal relationships between adults and students and increases engagement and consequently, obviously, increases and raises achievement. And that's all I have.
Dr.
Yes.
I'm sorry, can you go back to that previous page? I just want to point out, so those last 2 items you mentioned, Playworks coming in, or maybe it was that, and there was a previous one regarding the technology, okay, yeah, that one, Playworks and the technology support to teachers. I just want to point out to the board, that was one you heard from teachers, and we were really listening to get that into the plan, and some parents I recall too. So it's important for the board to know that we took input multiple times and we were listening, and I was happy that it was one of the teachers, Ms. Fox, actually, I think at 1st grade, who really said, you know, we need more structured recess on our playgrounds, and she really led the impetus to coordinate some meetings with Playworks and myself, and really get the ball rolling on that.
Yeah, because it teaches students social skills, which is very important for school climate. Right? Students who behave during recess, they are more likely to behave during the school day. So that's an important initiative. And yes, many teachers, they didn't name necessarily Playworks, but they were talking about structured playtime.
Thank you, Dr. Kell.
Okay, at this time, any questions for regarding this topic?
Could you go back to the past slide? There was item number 46. So, yeah, something about middle school dropout.
Okay, 46. Oh, you're talking about this year, right?
Yeah.
This one? Yeah. Okay, so middle school dropout, yes, it's 2% in, again, I don't have the data for this year yet, because it's not certifiable yet.
Maybe Superintendent Rubio, what is middle school dropout?
Same thing.
Let me see, 46. I suspect, Member Inch, that the state has a calculation that they use. I'm trying to recall the details on this. You can help me, you know this, because the dropout, they record the student coming in 1 year, and then 3 years later, or for high school, 4 years later, the state cannot track where that student has landed. So the other schools, so let's say a 9th grader, a good example is 9th grade, usually it's more common. If a child comes here in 9th grade and then stops coming in 10th or 11th grade, the next school district should make a record on their student information system with the state that the child now, their ID, they're here, right? Let's say they go up north to Sacramento. If that child never lands in another district, when the CalPads people run their check every spring, that they don't know what happened to it. Now, it could be that the child landed at times maybe in a group home or someplace else, but there still should be some record of it. So they're considered a dropout if the state can't determine where the child has landed.
Right. So pretty much when it comes to attendance and how they consider a child dropping out, and we know middle schoolers are more likely to drop out, but because they haven't been disenrolled, so if they're not disenrolled properly, the school has to carry them on the attendance, and then it looks like they're not showing up. And that's how they consider them a dropout from their previous district, because they haven't been disenrolled.
That's another way.
Thank you for sharing that.
Or properly disenrolled.
Thank you.
Well, by the way, this, for whatever it's worth, this figure is not even available on the state site because it's so small. You know, the number of kids is so small. It's our local data actually from Illuminate. I really had to dig for that one.
Okay.
When will the 2016-17 data be certified?
Depends on what data. So a lot of it will be certified in the fall of 2017. Most of it actually will be. Some of it will be maybe a little bit earlier. Depends on what it is. Because state has now like 9 different indicators. Some are local, some are state. On that dashboards, we're moving to a different reporting system. Actually, we've moved already, although it is in the piloting stage. And some of the data, even on that, is outdated. For instance, it shows that we didn't do well with graduation rates. Well, I looked at DataQuest, which has a 15-16 data, and we actually did a very, we made a very nice progress. So I was like, yes. Otherwise, we would have been eligible for technical assistance, but we're not. So they have that grid. I don't know, I don't think you attended my presentation about the dashboard.
I've attended Alameda County-wide presentation,
all right.
so I'm
yeah.
familiar
Oh, you
with
were
it.
on the phone. That's right.
And I was on the phone for your presentation.
Right. Now I remember. Yes. So we are kind of in orange, but really we will be in green after that data is available.
Glad to hear that.
Yeah. Our high school principal is working very hard on that, literally with individual students. Very commendable.
I had a question for John. John, something like evaluating curriculum enrichment programs. When I was able to attend, I think that the last LCAP session, I noticed that parents wanted. There was a lot of consensus around providing challenging curriculum for kids, and I thought about our discussion around how do we look and how do we evaluate programs. How does that fit with what we're seeing right now in this LCAP? I see that we're going to increase the number of AP courses, but I think there may be. I heard appetite for having and showing and making more things available beyond just one additional AP course. So how does evaluating other programs fit into this?
In terms of the rigor or quality of the program, is that what you're asking about? Or additional programming outside of the traditional subject matter? Because those parents that night were also talking about other types of classes, English for parents, or I think some of the parents brought up actually
culinary.
Well, culinary was it cooking? Is that what you're referring to, or?
I mean specifically, you know the program that I have in mind.
Sorry.
Right, and so
you're talking about the rigor of the program and the rigor of the courses.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. And providing more challenging alternatives in terms of curriculum for our kids. So, does the evaluation of that has to be part of LCAP? Can that occur?
It can occur separately and independently. It used to be that the state of California required us to only adopt curricular materials off of their list. Like they would say, okay, here are 10 publishers that we've okayed. School districts every 7 years, you've got to buy one of these. So they kind of threw that to the side about 4 years ago now. And so a good example is what Dr. Kell did recently, independent of the LCAP. She had a group of teachers who worked together as a team, giving her lots of feedback and input, piloting different materials. But to answer your question, yes, it doesn't have to be spelled out in this document. It's something that we can initiate at any time we choose.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah.
I do have a question pertaining to, I know I've seen some good progress in certain aspects and then there's not progress in others. How do you perceive a plan of action to implement or to take care of the deficiencies? I mean, this is kind of a broad question, but I'd just like to get your overall approach to seeing a problem and your problem-solving approach to the issue.
So I think we need to approach it more systematically. And now that we will have new administration, I'm hoping to work very closely with the new administration and with the continue working with high school principal. So one of the ways we were looking at it this year, and we just began, we were looking at cognitive complexity during our instructional rounds, because you can read a book, but the book may not be very rigorous or intellectually stimulating, right? Or you may ask a question, but it's yes or no, and so it doesn't require anybody to think. So we started this conversation about how do we teach kids to think, and what is cognitive complexity, and how do you even measure it? So at NIH, I know this became they became very versatile. Became very conversant in that conversation, but it doesn't happen. Once you have it here, it does not necessarily translate into practice immediately. So it's a process, right? It's a learning process. So that's one of the things. Another very important thing, we need to very systematically collect data, and we started part of this work this year too with interim assessments, but I'm hoping next year we'll have actual calendar of assessments and data collection and data analysis. And we will find the right amount of data, because there is such thing as too much data that overwhelms you, right? But we need to look at data, look at patterns, and figure out what are the needs and how we might approach problem solving then. So that's another thing. And another important part is professional learning, of course, right? And so it shouldn't be just drive-by. It has to be very systemic. It has to be based on needs, and it has to be planned for the whole year. So this was my first year, and I didn't even start at the very beginning of the year. So I'm hoping that next year I'll be more of service. I provided some professional development this year myself, and I'm hoping to do more of that too. And invite good people in, or send people to good training, and then during the rounds, find something really high leverage and look for it.
Yeah, and I think Dr. Kell and I have discussed the other piece with two new administrators coming in. One thing we want to make sure, the structure, and she wants to make sure the structure is that there is a clear schedule for all the teachers regarding when they teach the Common Core Math curriculum, or when the K-8, or when they teach their language arts curriculum, and even the social emotional curriculum, because we have noticed, and Dr. Kell's noticed, it's not always happening. There isn't always a high level of integrity, unfortunately, among some staff regarding making sure they're using the curriculum we've adopted, or we're using, or we're piloting. And if people aren't using the curriculum and they're just sort of putting together their own materials, or if the principal isn't checking regularly in the classrooms, then we can't be sure that we're going to see good results in the test scores. So that's a concern of ours. I think based on what we've seen this year, we want to make sure that Dr. Kell and the principals, or Dr. Kell's supporting and working with the principals to make sure they're getting in the classrooms and they're monitoring that the curriculum is being implemented. Is that kind of a fair summation?
Right. Yeah, and you know how we talk about equity? To me, equity is first and foremost in expectations. But expectations don't teach kids, right? Expectations need to be supported by high level of support. So finding that balance of high expectations accompanied by high levels of support, if we will find that formula for the district, I think we'll be very successful. But it's a process, it takes time. I worked in Chicago Public Schools for many years, and I saw great results, but it takes time. Nothing happens over time with human data, you know?
Just one other question pertaining to, you're in a unique position, we're a very small school district. Have you been collaborating with outside entities, other districts, in order to get kind of a feel, because this is new to all of us, because it's a new metric. And how have you been able to put your head around this approach?
Well, you know, as one-person department, which is a new thing to me too, I go to all the meetings, or most of the meetings at Alabama County Office of Education, and I was fortunate to meet a lot of my colleagues there. And what really struck me was California dashboard, for instance, that even the most advanced districts had something that would qualify them for technical assistance, and that something was usually special education. So we all need to work on that, for sure, right? we talk to each other and we try to collaborate. Of course, they have different means. They have a department working for them, as you know. I have to do procurement too for my teachers. So it's complex, but it's also gratifying because you can go and see the results in the classrooms. So I don't know if I answered your question. There aren't many small districts like this one, so.
I'm just thinking as far as tools that are available, and that's kind of not you really think of a tool, but it is a way to sound, sounding board as far as to ideas, and it's more of a process in how you're dealing with your environment.
So we have listservs, and we are sharing ideas on that. And when we have questions, we ask each other questions. So that helps. The staff from Alameda County is very helpful, and very forthcoming, and ready to help. So that's great. But I'm learning my ropes because I've never worked in a small district like this. Honestly, I've worked with 600 schools, and this is 2. So.
All right. Mr. Cruz?
Yeah, a follow-up. What do we believe are the areas in which we have the biggest gaps? Maybe, top 2 or top 3, but which areas do we consider gaps? Yeah.
Do you want to know what we believe or what the California dashboard is showing? Or both?
Both.
All right. So on California dashboard, we don't look too bad, actually. Because what they're looking, and that's a new development, which is awesome. They're looking at progress over time. They're not looking at attainment. Because it's not fair, right? It depends on where you started. So they have this colored chart, right? And they're looking at achievement in 1 year versus progress over time from last year to this year, right? For the most part. And it's like 2 variables in a graph. So in that respect, we had only 2 areas of concern. One was our suspension of special education kids, which is still a problem, and we need to do something about it. The other one was graduation rate, but it's not a problem, apparently. Now, I don't want to speak for everybody. I can speak for myself. I think we need to improve our academics. We need to be very consistent in how we approach professional learning, because you cannot, I believe in reciprocity of accountability, you know what I'm saying? Like if you expect somebody to perform, you have to provide support. And we've been providing support all year, but it was not as systemic as I would like it to be. So Dr. Rubio is very responsive, but I need to get my act together too and talk to teachers more and talk to the new administrators.
Great,
look at data.
No, appreciate it. John, I'd love to get your thoughts on where you think the biggest gaps are that we need to focus on.
Last summer, I asked both principals to really focus the staffs each staff on our vision of collaborative learning, because I think it's where powerful learning occurs, where students are grappling together and you throw out a question to them and they've really got it's a little beyond their reach, but they can figure it out, or they need a little support. I think what we have to do is continue to emphasize with all the administrators and the new ones as well, is monitoring that, making sure it's happening. So defining it for the principals, defining it for the teachers, it's really part of our vision and direction. It's the only overlapping area of the new Common Core, the National Science, NGSS Science Standards, and the new ELD standards. And so I think it can be powerful, but it's more than 2 students just sharing their ideas. If you're talking about collaborative learning, the way I define it, it means that kids are struggling, coming up with their own answers that might not be right, providing evidence for what they come up with in their opinion. So I think the instructional rounds work this year was a really great start, but I'm not certain that we've done a good enough job overall, myself or the administrators, at focusing the teachers on that piece of the vision that I was really hoping, every superintendent hopes that the focus makes it to the classroom. I think Dr. Kellen and I are going to really push this harder with the administrators, that piece of collaborative learning makes it to the classroom in terms of what the teachers are trying to do, what they have professional development and support to do, and that they understand it. So that would be my 2 cents.
Any other clarifying questions for the Ms. Crow? At this time, then, public comment. Okay, no public comment, so final questions from the board?
I would just like to ask, just to reiterate, if we could have your presentation, that you wouldn't mind sending us your
Of course.
the deck. We really appreciate it.
I'll be happy to. Through Lisa, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, sure.
Any others?
I just want to say thank you, Dr. Kell. This is a massive document. It looks like it took a lot of effort to put it together, and thank you for that.
And honestly, if you have any suggestions, you know my email. I mean, we're still working on it until the 28th.
Got
And
it.
this is
Great,
still-
thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying we're still, working on it. So, I mean, I have a lot of input from different stakeholders. I would love to have feedback from you guys too, so we can incorporate it into the program.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Kell.
And as I understand that this is for information only?
This is information only. The LCAP process requires it comes back 2 times.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Next item is 10.7, that's a budget adoption. That's the first reading. Dr. Rubio?
Yes, we have Ms. Doris Sue here again. I'm sorry? Oh, Lisa, you need some help? I can come up. Well, you can do that. Oh yeah, but if you wanted them to see it as one big screen, see that little thing looks like a screen there? Does that look like a slideshow? And it's one big screen for that. So yeah.
Good evening again. Tonight we're going to do the first reading on the District 17-18 projected budget. And the goal is to balance the budget for next year. But before I look at the, I have you to look at the school budget. I want to mention a little bit about the May governor revised. So what the governor did is, based on the new economic data, he updates the January budget with the May revised. And in the May revised, the Prop 98 guarantee was up $1.1 billion over the January estimates. And it's proposed to be at $74.6 billion. And the state revenue for 17-18 is projected to be up by $2.577 billion. The governor is expecting to have a strong PIT growth, which is the personal income tax growth, is about $3 billion, which is offset a little bit by the weak sales tax revenue. And then the one-time funding that he was proposing in January disappeared now. It's kind of disappeared for 17-18, but is a contingent allocation with funds available only in May 2019 if the Prop 98 guarantee stay at $74.6 billion or higher. So in other words, if the economy stays good, then we're going to see that one-time discretionary in May 2019. So the legislature takes it from here and then has until June 15 to send the budget bill to the governor. But as you know, on June 13, the legislature made an agreement. So the budget is going to take effect on July 1st. So now let's look at the budget for the 17-18, and we're going to start with the income side. And on this slide, you can see the different sources of income funding for the school district for 17-18. LCFF, federal income, state income, local income, the SELPA transfer in, and for a projected total of $11.3 million. Expenditures, and these are the expenditures listed in here for 17-18. Certificated salaries, classified salaries, the fringe benefits, books and supplies, services, capital outlay, and the indirect costs. And it's projected to be a total of $12 million for 17-18 total expenditures. And then the transfer out, the $125,000 is the general fund contributions to the food services program. And the contributions is expected to be at $1.6 million. The fund balance. So you can see on this slide, it shows the July 1st beginning projected fund balance and the projected ending balance for 17-18 on June 30th, 2018. It's going to be projected at $2.68 million. And then on the bottom of the slide, it shows the components of the ending balance. So the 4% reserve is the $486,000. And then the ECCL replacement reserve account is going to be $201,000. It's an annual of $100,000 a year. So since 17-18, it's the second year we are at the ECCL facilities. So we are going to set aside $201,000 for that capital reserve. So the last board-approved budget is back in March 2017, which is the second interim. So what are we going to do right now? We're going to look at the projected ending 16-17 budget as compared to the last board that you saw in March. So now,
sorry,
yes.
may I ask a quick question? If you don't mind going back, apologize, to the fund balance. I have a question around the 4% reserve. If I recall correctly, there was an open question as to whether we should be adding to this every single year, or do we need to preserve a 4% reserve? Did we have clarification on that?
So your question is saying, what is this 4% reserve?
Or should we increase it, is what you're saying?
My question is, do we have to add 4% every year, or should we always maintain a 4% reserve?
What this 4% reserve is the state minimum requirement with the district that you are able to set aside on your book. So in other words, so that you are fiscally sound, your district is fiscally sound, you should be able to set aside at least 4% of your total district expenditures for that year in your ending fund balance.
And to answer, go ahead, guys.
And this number will change each year because, again, the 4% is based on your total expenditures for that fiscal year. So if your expenditures are going up each year, that means your 4% minimum reserve will be increased too. So does that answer your question?
I don't think so. But your question is, should that compound, should that increase over time, should we add 4% every year? Most districts, the way things are right now in the state, are maintaining a static 4% that's discrete every year. They're not doing, some districts in the past have done a larger reserve. The boards have elected, let's set aside 6% and maintain 6% every year. Let's set aside 8%. It's a little unclear to me right now, and I'm not sure how Dorsu feels differently,
No,
that we could do more or not. I'd be a little hesitant, but that might answer your question a little. So districts in the past have set aside more, because it's not a lot of money, but it's just a state minimum based on our size.
So to answer part of your question, it's not compounded. So it's not money that you set aside. Last year, let's say you set aside 400,000. This year, you have to set aside another 4% of this year 4%.
And that is a requirement.
No, that's not. It's not a compounded number. It just is a year based on your year expenditures. And there are districts nowadays setting more than the 4% minimum reserve. And that has to gone through a board resolution in order to increase that reserve. I have seen districts that instead of their bigger district with only 3% minimum reserve, and they increased it to 7%. And that has to be done through separate board resolution to get that reserve percentage increased.
And some of them are.
But on the state,
yeah.
It's only requiring for us is the 4%.
And some of those large districts are reducing them now, I hear, too. So they're bringing them back down.
Well, and also there's been legislation introduced regarding reducing the minimum requirement. So that may help in a certain sense and hurt in others, but it's on the horizon. There is maybe a possible change.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sure.
Okay, so now we're back to this slide, which is showing the projected 16-17 ending budget with the second interim numbers that you saw in March. And you see a decrease of $48,000 in the funding.
Mr. Su, could you go back to that slide, just for the sake of explanation? The local income comes from local sales tax, or what is that source of income?
There will be a separate slide to tell you more detail,
Right, thank
but you're right. So LCFF, we're going to see a slight decrease of $1,700. And then the federal income, we're going to see a decrease of $2,000. And then the state income, we're going to see a decrease of $101,000. But I would like to point your attention to the STRS on behalf, decrease of $106,000. That was only on the book. It has no fiscal impact on the actual district operation. Remember, back in fiscal year 14-15, there was a new pension reporting requirement for all school districts that the schools nowadays has to report a percentage of the state contribution on the pension costs. And how they are going to do it is you increase the income side of the state portion, and then at the same time you offset that by your expenses side. So even though you're seeing on this slide $106,000 decrease on the STRS behalf, there's no fiscal impact on the district book, because you will see a decrease, $106,000 on the income side, but at the same time, when we are going to see the expenses later on, you will see a decrease on the expenses that offset to each other to zero. And then the local funding, for the unrestricted local funding, the $27,000 increase is pretty well make up from the parcel tax increase of $24,000, and also miscellaneous income $3,000. And then the restricted local funding, the increase of $29,000, we are projecting to see an increase of about 30,000 on the third-party facilities rental income. And then because of the increase on the O&M, the maintenance budget, I'm projecting to see the city will put in another 21,000 on that maintenance budget. But at the same time, there will be a reduction of special ed allocations of about 22,000. So that makes up the difference. You're still going to see $29,000 on the restricted local income. So expenditures. After the update, expenditures are reduced by $167,000. And here is the detail of the general fund expenditures. So the certificated salary, we are going to see an increase of about $29,000. Mainly is because of the, there is a position at the high school which we budgeted at 0.5 FTE, and now apparently started in February 2017, when we replaced that teacher that resigned, the new person was hired as a 1.0 FTE. So that's why there is a need to increase the budget on the certificated salaries. And then the classified salaries is only a slight increase, $3,000. Employee benefits, remember that decrease of $106,000 on the STIRS on behalf on the income side, and that's why now you're seeing a decrease of $85,000. Part of it, because we are seeing a big decrease on the benefits, is because the STIRS on behalf, the offsetting side on the expenditures are causing this big decrease. So books and supplies, decrease of $32,000. So mostly the decrease on the materials from the O&M budget for about $9,000. And then for the special ed preschool program, we are moving the budget from the materials to the MPA or MPS contracts. So we are moving the money from the materials to the services. And then for the EPA, the Education Protected Account, we are moving the budget from the materials actually to the salary account. So that's why you see a decrease of $32,000 in the materials. And then contract, we're going to expect it to see a decrease of $82,000 on the contract. And mostly because of the PEG contract, which is the equity contract, that we are not going to use up the whole grant. We are moving $42,000 of that grant to carry forward to next year. So that's why on the estimated actuals for 16-17, I'm going to reduce the budget for the contracts because we are not using the whole $77,000. And then another reason for the decrease of the contract is the S&C, the supplemental and concentration funding. We are moving part of the services budget to actually funding the salaries. And that's the main reason for the reduction of the contracts for 16-17. Any questions on this page? So now we look at all the projected 16-17 school budget. And the next page, we are now going to compare the 16-17 estimated actuals to the 17-18 budget right now. So now we are going to look at the income side. It's the same thing on this slide. It's giving you an idea how we are comparing the 16-17 projected ending number with the 17-18 budget. And for next year, we're going to see a reduction of $335,000 on the income for next year. And here are the details. And the LCFF funding, we're going to see actually a slight increase of only at $1,000 on the LCFF funding. The federal income, we're going to see a reduction of $55,000. And most of the reduction, as you can see, is actually is from the Title I, which is a reduction of $36,000. And then the MAR, which is a reduction of $40,000. As you can see, we already talked about the MAR money. The county recommended that we budget the MAR money when we actually receive the money. So in 16-17, we received $40,000 MAR money. But when I do the budget for 17-18, I'm not going to put in the budget until we receive the money. When we receive the money, then we're going to put in the budget during the interim. For the Title I, last year we received $91,000 from the federal government on the Title I funding. This year, next year we're going to budget for only $80,000. The reason for the reduction of the Title I money is because of the new Every Student Succeeds Act that President Obama signed in December 2015. I believe that that regulation is requiring the district to set aside at least 12% to 22% more set aside on the Title I. So that's the reason why, in general, we are going to, most of the school districts, they will see a 12% to 22% reduction on Title I funding. And on this 17-18 budget, I assumed at a reduction rate of 12%. And then the state income, a reduction of $143,000 from the one-time discretionary. Because again, I kind of touched on it earlier, the May revise eliminate the one-time funding that Governor Brown proposed in the January budget. And it's going to be based on whether the Prop 98 guarantee is still going to stay at the $74.5 billion or not. If the economy stays good, then we will get the money in May of 2019. So that means the school services and also the county office recommend the district do not put in a budget for the one-time discretionary for 17-18. So another big decrease is the $215,000 under the other state income. In 16-17, we received a funding from the Clean Energy Act, $173,000. This is a one-time funding. So we are not going to see that in 17-18. And then another grant that we received in 16-17 is the college readiness grant for $75,000. Again, this is a one-time grant that we're going to that we received in 16-17, but we are not going to see that again in 17-18. And then, but in 17-18, we are going to see a grant, the career pathways, for about $45,000, which we don't see this year. So this is the only addition that we see on the state funding. For next year, we're going to get an increase $45,000 under the career pathways. But the net effect on the other state income is still going to be a deduction of $215,000.
Dora, if I may ask?
Yes.
Where's that $45,000 grant shown here? Is it here?
Is under other state income. So if you go reduction of clean energy, 173,000, reduction of college readiness, 75,000. You add on the 45,000 that we're going to get on the career pathway, the difference will be still a reduction of 215,000. So the 45,000 is part of the reduction of 215,000.
Got it, thank you.
Okay. Okay, other local income, the unrestricted local income, we're going to see an increase of $65,000, mostly to do with the leases we sign up. We're going to see an increase of $226,000 on the leases. But at the same time, in 16-17, we receive a one-time PG&E Energy Incentives Award of $144,000. So if you take out the difference, it will come to still an increase of $65,000. Okay, restricted local funding, we're going to see an increase of $16,000 for 17-18. And this mostly is because of an increase in funding on the special ed allocations, $9,000, and then a couple of the local grant, which is the behavior health, come to $4,000. And then the city is projected to put in $2,000 more on the O&M budget. That makes the increase of $16,000 for next year. Expenditures, after update, expenditures are increased by $644,000. And these are the details for the increase of expenditures. Certificated salary, you can see that makes up a majority of the increase, $550,000. As you know, we just went through the AB 1200 with the 3% increase. That's part of the reason for that big increase on these certificated salaries. And also, besides the 3% increase, they have the step and column 2% increase. And also, some of the positions that we hire in the middle of the year in 16-17, and now in 17-18, I have to budget for the entire year. And other reason for the $550,000 increase is 2 positions that we are going to add for special ed. For this year, we contracted out to MPA, non-public agency, to do that. But in 17-18, we are going to hire 2 staff and created the 2 positions to do that functions instead of contracting it out. And another reason is the creation of that co-principal position that add on to the increase on the salary. And then the last but not least is the school days. We are now at 184 days, but in 17-18, we are going to increase that to 187 days. Then obviously that add on to the cost too. And then the classified salary is a slight increase of $18,000. Most of the reason is because of the outreach position that we hired this year. The person came in late, but for next year, I have to budget for the whole entire year. And then the employee benefits, an increase of $406,000. Books and supplies, a decrease of $139,000. Most of the materials and supplies budget that we are going to see a reduction in 17-18, it's mostly come from the categorical program, which is like the Title I, because we are no longer having the carryover balance that we had, like what we had this year, 16-17. So I'm going to see a reduction on the Title I materials budget, 30,000. And then the state lottery, I'm going to see another reduction of $39,000 on the materials and supplies budget under the state lottery. It's the same thing. In 16-17, we have a carryover from 15-16 to this year, but now we are projected to use up the whole categorical grant. So that's why in 17-18, we are no longer having these carryover money that we can able to budget for. So capital outlay, contracts. We are seeing a reduction of $160,000 on the contract. And the main reason for we are able to see a savings on the contract is because of the special ed. We added the 2 positions. We are no longer going to contract out in 17-18 to the non-public agency. So we are seeing a reduction of at least $100,000 on the special ed MPA budget in 17-18. And then another reason for the savings in the contracts is the utilities budget that we've been paying for 61st Street and also 41st because we lease them out, so I don't have to put in any more utilities budget over at that 2 sites. So that is the reason for the increase of the $160,000. Capital outlay, a decrease of $30,000. We bought a new van in 16-17, but we're not going to do that in 17-18. So that's for the decrease of the $30,000.
Dora?
Yes.
When you mentioned that the savings on contracts and services, that 100 of that 160 had to do with us not contracting a position, no longer using a consultant, but rather hiring that position.
So
Net, what was the move for us? Meaning we hired that person, so how much are we paying them compared to what we would have paid them as consultants?
I don't have the net savings, but I can email you after the board meeting.
But there are savings.
You're right, you're right. So you're going to see a reduction on the contracts, but at the same time, the 2 positions are really showing up in the certificated salaries.
And we were doing that because it took us a long time to find some special education staff, I think. I think Dr. Steele was contracting out, if I recall.
But one
is
thing,
that correct?
Yes, that's right. But one thing I'm sure is always, I don't want to say the word cheaper, but it's always more costly to go contract out to a non-public agency than actually getting somebody on staff.
Thank you, absolutely. I don't mean to put a price necessarily on humans or anything that way, but it's always good to have the context as to the financial impact for that move. Thank you.
But if the board is interested to know the savings, the net savings, I could figure that out and email it to the board.
Only if it's handy. If it's too much trouble, please don't worry about it. Thank you.
And then this slide is showing you the two big programs that requiring the general fund contribution in 17-18, which is the special ed and also the maintenance program. For special ed, this year is $819,000. Next year is going to be increased to $872,000. And then for the maintenance, this year I'm projected to be $761,000 versus next year $768,000. So multi-year. It's this slide showing the 17-18, 18-19, and the 19-20 projected budget. As you can see, the expenses for all 3 years are higher than the funding. That is the reason why for the reduction on the fund balance. The 4% minimum reserve is the $486,000 in 17-18. Pretty stay the same for 18-19. Is the same 486,000, slightly going up to 501,000 in 19-20. If you comparing the expenses for 17-18 to 18-19, they are pretty well stay at the same level. And part of the reason is really to do with 17-18, we are going to have a one-time increase on the contract days, 187 days. But back in 18-19, I am assuming we are going back to the 184 school days that we are having in the calendar. But this is only a summary of the multi-year projection. The one that you have on the legal paper, that will tell you more detail on the multi-year projection. And we will be going over the multi-year assumptions after we are done with the PowerPoint.
Mr. Orsu, on this slide you have up front, and this is kind of an ongoing, I mean, I say it's a rolling average based on, you go back to when I came on the board in 2014, 2015.
Mm-hmm.
Seems these numbers seem to be, they not work themselves out, but they kind of, the impact or the deficit spending is basically is reduced over the years. Is there any type of, kind of get you an overall moving average, because these seem to be static numbers, a snapshot in time. Is there any way that we can compare how we were doing prior and then see how these numbers kind of not work themselves up, they just kind of adjust downward over the next number of years? Because I think that's happened over the last 3-4 years now. Is that your take as well, or are we still at the same level of deficit spending over the last 4 years?
Well, basically, the way that it works is it's a simple formula, which is you go by how much that you received, minus how much that you spend.
Well, I'm just trying to get to a trend that's established, because I'm looking at these numbers and I don't have context of how we're doing prior years to where we have today. So if we're working in, because some of the way we're setting up our finances seem to be the same over year over year. And the numbers do vary, but it's not this wildly gyrating numbers. I'm trying to get a feel for trends regarding expenditures versus revenues and see where we actually land. Because I'm trying to get an idea of just the environment or that we're in.
Well, I can tell you right now is a very difficult environment for the school funding, because as Dr. Rubio mentioned earlier, on the May revise, pretty well we are not seeing new money coming in, and even the $48 per student or per ADA money that the Governor Brown committed in January is being eliminated this time, right? And then he said, I'm still going to give you money, but then I'm going to give you way more. I think on his May revise, he proposing paying way more for each ADA on the May revise for the one-time discretionary. But he said, this money, I'm not going to give it to you until 2019. And also, not unless the economy is still staying in the good shape that we are having right now. But think about the LCAP is going to be fully implemented in 2020 to 2021. then at that time, we are going to be under a COLA funding environment. And at the same time, there are costs that is out of the district control, like the STIRS and PERS. And that COLA alone is not even able to cover the increase on the PERS. So I can tell you as a fiscal person, unless we have more funding from the state or from the federal government, it will be much more difficult for us to balance the budget.
Are we still chasing that, the funding gap for I know it's unfunded liability because of the inadequacies of investment and inadequacies of contributions. Are we ever going to reach fulfilling the responsibility as far as paying for retirement?
We will be. When we talk about this the multi-year assumptions later on, we're going to have more detail on the STIRS and PERS. The answer, yes, we are going to expect to see rising costs on the pension costs, but at the same time, when we are fully implemented on the LCFF, we are going to be under only COLA funding environment. And unless we have more students coming, then it will help us on the book. But we're going to, I believe a lot of districts right now, they are still having a structural deficit spending situations. But on the bright side of this multi-year projection, again, I'm very conservative on my MYP. This MYP was done based on we are having our current enrollment. See, if like what Dr. Rubio was telling us, if we're going to see an improvement on the enrollment for next year, these numbers will be better. I'm budgeting the MYP based on the current ADA data.
Okay. And one final question. And I know this idea has been kicked around, but having to do with our responsibility as far as being a participant in the joint venture with the city, I'd still like to investigate the idea of having to outlay, is it $200,000 for replacement cost funding for this building or this campus, and we have to outlay that every year for the next 40 years. Is that correct?
On the JOA,
Yeah.
the page where it spell out the capital reserve account, yes, for the first 4 years, we are supposed to set aside $100,000 each year for the first 4 years, and these numbers will go up.
Yeah, and if we can see if we can use our bonding capacity for that ability to finance rather than actual general fund, because that would loosen up or allow funds to be used for other operations rather than socking it away for something that may or may not occur. But if we have the capacity or the ability to bonding capacity to replace or repair on a larger scale than typical maintenance, then that's an option that we should investigate.
So, and I just want to make sure I'm clarifying for Doris Sue, because you're not talking about using the actual bond money because the IRS expects us to pay that, use that in 3 years. You're saying that the fact that we have additional bonding capacity in the future over the years, and that's kind of a interesting accounting question, Dora. I don't know whether the county would have or you have an opinion on that. So the idea that we know we're going to have additional bonding capacity in future years, can we book that amount even though we know the total is, let's say, I think maybe it's $23 million. I don't know if we can book that and count that towards that or not. And maybe that's something we need to explore with the attorney.
I one time actually talked to Mr. Greeny about that.
But not using bond money, using bonding capacity, the future money we're going to get.
All right.
So we may need to ask the attorneys. I'm not sure.
But Don, one thing that I want to point to your attention,
Mhm.
if you go in and read the JOA, it does have an option for us to change this capital reserve formula.
Okay.
Just to let you know.
Oh, great. I mean, that gives us flexibility in order to maybe free up additional funds.
Possibly, yes.
Or even give us the possibility of lower the 100,000 that was required for the first 4 years. I think it mentioned in the 5th year or after the 5 years that we move into the ECCL. I believe there is an option in that JOA for the leadership to change that formula on the capital reserve.
And it may be something I want to bring up with the city manager. I think based on the little bit I know regarding the city's budget right now, they might have some interest in reducing the amount that they're committed to right now. I suspect. I don't know.
Well, are they able to go out for bonding capacity?
No, they're not to my knowledge, but just the fact that they have to commit a certain number every year as well. I'm just wondering if it's something that they may want to discuss.
Well, I can tell you they already contacted me regarding the O&M budget that I'm going to present to the board. So, okay, so
Dora,
yes.
if I may ask, but you mentioned that Governor Brown alluded to some allowance money that could potentially hit us positively on 2018, 2019. And then I completely agree with your assessment about not including it in this projection. But if we were to, do we know what amount we would be receiving if that were to materialize as we know it now?
Actually, I believe it's going to be for Emery is at least going to be 140,000. And when we are going to go over the MYP assumptions, I believe I written down more information on that part. So I'll let you know the exact number, the exact dollars per ADA for that one-time discretionary. But going back to this multi-year projection, the 17-18 MYP now is showing deficit spending for all 3 years. But on the MYP, it's still showing the district is able to maintain the 4% minimum required reserve. And the staff is recommending the positive certification of the 17-18 adopted budget at the next board meeting. So before I go to the questions, I want to now look at the MYP assumptions. And Lisa, I need your help to post it on.
Maybe hit escape. The escape button might get you out of there.
The assumptions, the MYP assumptions, which is this one.
As the file opens up, I wanted to share my takeaway from what Dora, to the board for what Dora just presented, is that we appear to be in a very good financial state, and we have very healthy reserves. Of course, that the reserves appear to be shrinking, and we should just be cautious of that and just keep an eye on that as we continue to plan for the upcoming years.
I think that's correct.
So now let's look at the MYP assumptions. So line 3 showing you the annual COLA for each of the budget school year is 1.56% in 17-18, 2.15 next year, and then 2.35 for 1920. So the gap closed percent is 43%, 17-18, 71% next year. No, I mean 43% for 17-18, 71% for 18-19, and 73% for 19-20. But then the one that I really want to point your attention to is a little bit below where it said stirs and purrs. So you can see the stirs is going to increase from 14% all the way to 18% in school year 1920. And then the PERS is going to be from 15% all the way to 20% in 1920. And actually the PERS is going to be projected to exceed 27% by year 24-25. So if you go into so many years in the future when we are fully implemented the LCFF, we are only getting the COLA, which is 1 or 2%. But at the same time, these are the district costs that is out of the control of the district. But the COLA itself is not covering these, the increase of the pension costs alone. So, and then on the bottom of this page, I listed the certificated FTE and the classified FTE and the management FTE for the 3 different school years. So any questions before we go to the next page of the assumptions? No? Okay. The next page is the funding. So it listed the fundings that we are projected to receive in the 3 different school years. I want to point your attention to the one-time discretionary funding. You will see all 3 years are showing 0 because we are not going to put in a budget until maybe we are actually receiving the money in May 2019. So back to the question the board has earlier on the $88 for the one-time discretionary money. There in the January budget, the governor budget projected $48 per student on the January state budget. But right now with the May revised, he's giving you way more money, which is $173 per student instead of the $48 that he proposed in January. But this is a contingent with the economic condition, and we're not going to see it until 2019. So any questions on this second page of the multi-year projection? Okay, all right. And then the next thing I want to go over is the O&M budget.
When you talked about the one-time money per student, what school year, you said we won't get it till 1920? It's the 19...
May 19, 2019. So it will be school year 18-19.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so let's look at the ECCL operations and maintenance budget. So on this worksheet, you will see the actual closing for last year, which is fiscal year 15-16, and the projected closing numbers for 16-17, and also the new budget for 17-18. Pretty well, the 17-18 budget is built on the 16-17 estimated actuals. So any questions on this O&M budget?
Yes, I do. I have a question. It seems like that basically our budgetary numbers are being positive, that we were projecting or putting money for our budget, and our expenses are less than what it actually is. Is that pretty much a general statement I can use as far as explaining the positive aspect of our budget?
You mean the district budget or the O&M?
O&M.
When you said positive, what
Well,
exactly do you mean by positive?
right now we had budgeted of 1.277 or 1.227 million, and then we're at 1.218. So we budgeted for higher expenses or higher, and we're coming in lower. Is that a general assumption I can make based on the spreadsheet that you've given us?
Well, I can explain the reason you're seeing in 16-17 is 1.218 versus the numbers in 17-18 is 1.227. The reason for the slight increase on that O&M budget is mainly because of, let's say, the utilities. We are making the assumption that it will increase by.
I'm sorry, I read it wrong, because I think I'm trying to compare what you projected for our budget for the 2016 year. I'm sorry.
That's fine. And because I hesitated to say positive, because this is a program that the general fund has to always put in contributions. So because this program is able to balance, it's all because general fund is making support in this program. And you can see actually the general fund contribution is going to increase from 761,000 in 16-17, going to jump to 768,000 in 17-18. So the general fund is projected to make a higher contribution to the maintenance program. Unless, again, I'm budgeted, I put the budget, I did the budget very conservatively because I'm assuming we are having the same third-party rental. 130,000 stays the same for 17-18. If we're going to get more money out of the third-party rental, and that will reduce our general fund contribution to this program.
Okay, now this goes back to what I was trying to do before. Then the estimated actuals for the 2015-16, how did we come out? Or I should say, I'm trying to get how you budgeted the last time to get to where we are. How are we looking as far as, do we appropriate enough money in the budget to cover our expenses, or are we underestimating the expenses for our budget purposes?
So you're asking how do I come up with the 16-17 estimated actuals?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. What I did is way before I'm done with the estimated actuals, I will send out, actually I sent out 3 different emails to the program managers. All these POs that they having open in the system, I kind of need to know, do they need more money, or do they not, needing so much encumbered, so that I can actually know exactly how much money that they need for the rest of the year up to June 30th, 2017. That way I know exactly how much going to be encumbered on the non-salary account. And for the salaries, you know exactly how much the staff are going to get paid for annual compensation. So that part is quite easy. Is the non-salary part, the materials and supplies, the contracts, which I need to communicate with the program managers to get their input to see, oh, this PO that I set up for 100,000, I'm not going to use the whole 100,000. You can release the money back. So that's how I come up with the estimated actuals. Actually, the way that I do the estimated actuals, not just for the maintenance budget, I did the entire school budget is the same.
Dora, I'm sorry, let me just interrupt. President Marion was also asking, I think, how did we do your estimated actuals? Were they close to what we thought before? How far off were we for this particular budget? Do you recall? If I understood.
You're correct, and because I think because we didn't have a full year under our belt to understand what our expenses were going to be, and I think we were wildly off on certain numbers of those things that we didn't have any data, history on. Salaries are pretty much programmed in salaries, like you just mentioned, as far as are quantifiable. But when you get into the operations of this facility for the operations, that's what's kind of the wild card. Is that were your assumptions close? Where are we in that judgment?
For 15-16, we're very close because we are only in the facilities for 2 months. But for 16-17, I don't have the exact budget number with me tonight because when we did the budget in the beginning of the year for 16-17, we put in a adopted budget for this maintenance program. And then we revised it up during the first interim and also the second interim. I guess it's nice to show the board what's now from the second interim to the estimated actuals. I believe that is what you're looking for.
That's correct.
Maybe it's something that in the second reading, which is the next board meeting, I could do a spreadsheet showing you the original budget, and then the first interim budget, the second interim budget, and now the estimated actuals.
Yeah, and I think that'll help you in your basically establish the trends, and then that'll help you budget for the next year and then the following year, because then you get more and more data, and you get costs that you're knowing that you're going to occur. So it'll help the process and basically hone in and nail the budget.
Actually, because 16-17 it's the first year that we are at this facility for the whole school year. That's why we are seeing the increase on the budget from the beginning budget to first, and then another increase from the first to the second, and probably another increase from the second to estimated actuals. But I do not expect to have the same pattern for 17-18 because now we are at this location for the entire fiscal year. We have a much better understanding how much it costs us for the utilities, how much it costs us to repairs or stuff like that. So by the time when I do the budget for 17-18, I should be only assuming the normal increase, like the insurance, 5% increase, the utilities, another 5% increase from this year cost. You see what I'm saying? So I should not be seeing a big jump of the budget on the expenses on this program in 17-18. I hope.
And just a side note, I think there's a possibility of future income or revenue from our solar or our power purchase agreement if we go forward with that, and that will be something to investigate at a future time.
Oh, okay. All right.
Dora, hopefully 2 brief questions. Can you help me reconciliate where our general contribution, for example, for 2016-2017, contribution from the general fund, the $761,000, how does that connect to the multi-year projections? Are they just completely independent, or do we actually see these contained within?
If you use this number, 16-17, this 761,000, add on, I believe there was a slide that I showed you earlier on the special ed contributions. Actually, this number that you see should be exactly matching the slide that we saw earlier on the maintenance O&M general fund contribution. No, that's not.
under contributions, ongoing maintenance?
Yes, they should be exactly matching to the same penny, 761,000 for O&M.
Okay, thank you very much. And then the second question, and what are these? Are these salaries for employees of the rec center?
The classified salaries are basically our free custodians. None of these budget are for city staff. These are all Emery Unified employees. So for the classified salaries, the custodians FTE that we have. And then the overtime budget, which is $10,000 for next year. And then the sub is $20,000 for next year. The reason I'm assuming we should be seeing a savings in the sub is because I put in a budget for the part-time custodian position under the classified salary. So I should be seeing less demand on the custodian sub. And then the supervisor and administration salary, which is the maintenance director, and 30% of my salary goes into this O&M budget, because on the JOA it's specified that the CBO, which track the book of the ECCL budget, is able to charge part of my salary into this program. And then other classified salaries is the security staff that we have is under this classified salary, $25,000.
Dora, I'm hesitant to ask you any questions because it's pretty late, but just a real quick one because I think you've been very thorough. Overall, from the beginning of the year, and I know you can tell us more next time, but was there anything in the O&M budget that was very, very far off? This goes back to an earlier question. Was electricity or water or gas, anything very, very far off from what we thought it was going to be before we moved in? Can you share that with the board?
The utilities are way far off from what I put in the beginning budget.
So it's a lot higher utility expenses than we thought it would be to run the whole facility. That might be because of the pool and heating it. That might be because of the lights outside. I guess, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're correct. So I guess I'm talking too much, so I better...
We're asking too many questions. That's what it is, Dora. I appreciate it.
Been very thorough, Dora. Thank you.
As far as that's concerned, then if there's public comment, I see none, then is there any final discussion amongst the board regarding this item? And I know it's just a first reading. All right. Seeing none, then we will move on to the next item. Thank you, Ms. Dorsey. And that is item 10.8, and that's board policy, the equity, and it's the first reading of that.
Yes, and just so the board knows, that it might help you save a little time, this is pretty much the same except for a few changes you asked to make regarding parent engagements. And I think one or two statements in the beginning we took from another plan from another city. So this has not changed really except for your input that you gave before. I'm happy that we have it before you. And I think hopefully if our next meeting isn't quite as long, it'll be a little bit easier for you to give more thought and reflection to. But if you see anything that jumps up or jumps out at you that doesn't look right, please let me know. But this is just for a first reading, and this actually is the second time you've seen it, I believe.
So are we discussing this now, or is it just in advance?
It's open for discussion if you choose, or you could discuss it next time as well. It's just it's really meant to be a first reading, and we slowed it down a little bit. We put it out to the teachers to give input. We wanted to give them some time. we got just 1 or 2 responses, and we might send it out to them again if we can on their personal email. But we wanted to give it a little bit of time, and so it's open to discussion now if you like, or we'll come back to you.
Yeah,
next time.
and you're correct, Dr. Rubio. I think we should probably just, if there's questions we want to ask you regarding that, and then also public comment, and then coming back to our final discussion items. I think it's interesting that there were only 1 or 2 responses from teachers based on kind of the thrust that we had tonight regarding that, and I just wish there was a congruencies between actions that I've seen and then not executed, and I want to see more involvement on everybody's behalf.
Well, I will say this: it might be it's the end of the school year. I know teachers have a lot going on, and it's been pretty heavy last couple of weeks. I agree with what you're saying. I just I'm thinking about, since they're wrapping up tomorrow, that I'm thinking about shooting it to their personal email, which I don't usually do till summertime, but it's pretty important. It'll give them another opportunity to take a look at it.
All right. Other questions for Dr. Rubio?
My questions were more in regards to the execution of this.
Mhm.
Right now, I think this looks really positive. There's a lot of positive things in it.
Mhm.
I think we all did look at this before, and it seems pretty concise. But the execution of this is quite different than the policy.
Absolutely.
And how this kind of thing is reported.
Yes.
At the end, it talks about being held accountable,
Mhm.
and it talks about reporting out. Excuse me. One of the things is numbers, getting numbers of suspensions, looking at the diversity of those suspensions.
Exactly.
And then also, besides expulsion, we also have a tendency to revoke someone's inter-district transfer.
Well, that's an interesting one. I will tell you. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
So I think that needs to be
Sure.
included
Sure.
in the evaluation of how student learning time and how discipline is handled, and looking at the racial aspect of that
Mhm.
by the numbers. So I think when you report, I definitely think that when you talk about measurables, that means you need to generate a report that talks about how many children were suspended,
Yeah.
how many children's transfers were revoked.
In fact, maybe we should add that here as an example. For example, down here in the last sentence, we should put, we should put, for example, suspensions by ethnicity, ID to inter-district transfer, revocations. We can put that in writing. I think you're bringing up a very good point. I was just going to add that there was quite a bit of, there's probably mixed feelings about this, but there was quite a bit of pressure from teachers and some parents that regarding the revocation of IDTs. There have been many teachers, some of who were here tonight, and parents who have said, if children aren't meeting what they've agreed to and they're not from the city, there are many teachers here and parents, for good or bad. I don't know. I'm not saying it's the right thing. I just wanted to share with you that, or remind you that they feel like those transfers should be revoked. And I'm not wanting to start a debate about tonight, but I just wanted to share that with you. But I would agree with you. We should have that in there.
There's, if you look at goal number 3, that's the losing instructional time. It's talking about, I believe, suspensions, expulsions.
Yes.
That may be an appropriate spot.
Oh, or there, okay.
I had 3 other things, and again, we don't have to discuss these in depth tonight, but I just want to bring them to people's attention now, and that is, I just wanted clarification. Item 4, advanced academic opportunities. I assume maybe that means AP classes, but I'm not entirely sure, so perhaps we could include just a couple of examples in that item.
Oh, I think that's a good question. I think you're right, but maybe we should be clearer. Okay.
Item 6, I just find it reads fairly awkwardly. And part of it is create opportunities, and then you kind of comma with opportunities being for those. I would just like to see that cleaned up a little bit. I have a hard time figuring out what that item is trying to say.
Got it. Okay.
And then my last point is item 11, and I guess I'm not quite sure what this means. When I first read it, I thought maybe it was talking about hiring teachers of color, but if you go down to item 13, that seems to be the gist of item 13. So I wasn't exactly sure and couldn't remember what item 11 really, what the point of that was or what that meant.
Okay. Great.
One other thing, Dr. Rubio.
Sure.
I'm just looking at this, and I know this is it's kind of the heart of the matter regarding the equity issue that we're trying to get our hands around. I want to stress that this is it's going to change a lot of people's ideas of what this district is about. And I think it's very important that we stress that, because there's going to be pushback, there's going to be unacceptance, and there's going to be resignation in this approach. And it's tentative. It's a very eye-opening experience. And I want to make sure that everyone is aware that this is not just board policy written on paper. It will need to be enacted and enforced, and with the positives and negatives that go along with it. So I want to make sure that everyone here and everyone that has access to this sees the magnitude of this board policy.
Okay. Thank you.
Since this is a first reading, I'll open it up for public comment. Since there is none, final questions amongst the board members here? Any? If not, then that is completing that item. And we can move on to the next one, and that's calendar review.
Yes, we have our teacher's last workday tomorrow, June 16th. Our next regular board meeting is June 28th. I don't think this last item is correct. I don't believe we have a city schools meeting until, the way it's looking, until August or September.
Mm-hmm.
What was that, Member Collins?
So we received an email with Pedro confirming our attendance for the next city schools meeting.
He asked if all of you are
was-
available,
yeah.
and most of you are not available. And so it looks like we're meeting either in August or September. We're waiting to hear back. Typically, the city council members take August off and the board members take July off.
Mm-hmm.
So we're waiting to hear back whether we'll be meeting in August or September.
Okay.
Any other? Okay, we'll move on to the item 11.1, which is future agenda items. These are more placeholders as now, but they need to be addressed in the future, so we should probably keep that on our radar. Maybe give us the summer to think about how we are to address the majority of these items, if
Yes.
not before.
Absolutely.
And then finally, item 12, board reports and announcements.
I'm sorry, can I add one, one more thing on item 11? I just, if there's anything, we've spoken about the warranties and the other items that need to be fixed here, and I don't know if this is the case, but if there's anything that you need from us, Dr. Rubio, in the next meeting in order to get something done over the month of July and into August, I would just encourage you to bring that before us. Maybe you don't need any more authorization or anything from us, but
No, we don't anticipate anything like that. Thank you.
Okay.
Primarily, we just work directly. Anything that we think is a warranty issue, we have a discussion with the construction company. If they think it was something we broke or it's one of our
Got it.
issues, then we resolve that. But we shouldn't have anything. But I appreciate you offering that.
okay, thank you.
Yep.
I'd also like to bring up an issue that we just keep on postponing. We've spoken about, talking about John's evaluation, and I think that I personally would prefer for us to discuss it sooner rather than later. I'd love to get the rest of the team's thoughts on that, but late July seems to me like I would much rather do that sooner.
Okay, with the broadcast of our fielding available dates you're talking about?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we just keep on pushing that item.
And Ms. Tamery, I thought, was reaching out, checking your July dates. If did that not occur?
It did, and I think I know I sent it in, and
Okay.
I don't think a couple other.
I sent Yeah, I sent
as far
in.
as
Okay, so
available
I'll
dates.
check with Ms. Tamery and make sure that's still happening. Ms. Vargas?
Yeah, and my recommendation is that if we could do it in June, then I would prefer if
Oh, you
the
had
rest
already
of the
dec-
board members. I don't know what your feeling is.
You had
about that.
decided to do it in July already, Member Vargas. You already made a decision as a group to do it in July.
We have not picked the date.
No, you have not, but I mean, you had made a group decision that we would find a date in July.
And
'Cause you could
that's why
change
I'm-
it if
that's
you
why I'm
wanted.
looking at
Yeah.
other board members to see if there's availability in June, if we want to do that in June.
I responded via email. I'm available on, I think, June 24th. I'm not, but that's the only day. Yeah, I guess June, like Member Inch said, is almost over. If people can, if everyone happens to be available on, June 24th or 25th,
I could do June 24th as well, if everybody else is.
What is the
if
June 24th?
Dr.
What
Rubio,
day
I
is
don't
it?
know if you're available.
Is that a Saturday?
June 24th is a Saturday.
I think I am.
I don't think I have any Saturdays in June or July.
Member
I'd have
Inch,
to
you're not.
double check and get back to you guys.
Okay.
Member Vargas, I agree that this is a really important issue, and I understand us trying to get it sooner rather than later, but would probably rather have more members available. And from my perspective, the end of July still gives, it's about a month before
The new
school,
year.
3 weeks to 4 weeks before school starts. So we'll at least be getting a conversation going, or have concrete items for Dr. Rubio's evaluation before the school year starts.
You'll be setting goals, that's right, for 17, 18.
That's
Right.
correct.
So I have a question. As far as 11.1, future agenda items, I would like to see some kind of conversation. I'm not sure how we word it in regards to public comments and addressing the issues that's brought before us, or any policies or procedures when it comes to public comments. And
Any other recaps on either